from Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters. Every day, people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers. And the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TED's. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
I want you to imagine yourself exactly as you are. To be fair, you shouldn't have to imagine very hard. Think of the sum of all your knowledge, all you've accomplished, all you believe. Think of what defines you as a person, the realities you perceive. Now, let's try again. I want you to imagine the version of yourself that is the greatest, where the achievements of your vision boards or your list of goals are done and dusted. The version of yourself that the little you has always trusted they would become. Because these aren't just your goals, they are the rungs of the ladder to your success. Now, let's try one more time. Imagine a version of yourself that is more than the greatest. A billionaire, trillionaire, a mansion and jet skis and long vacations, or being an activist for world hunger with your humanitarian creations, or being the fittest athlete this world has seen with an Olympic reputation, or sharing your wisdom, whatever form it takes, across islands, across nations. Now, here's the crazy part. You don't have to just imagine. Redraw the lines that define the bounds of everything you can be, the bounds of what you can learn, the lengths to which your knowledge can leap, the opportunities that are idle because your hands have not yet reached. This world is a melting pot of skills and jobs and talent, of interests, lived experiences, and how to keep your balance. These ingredients, when mixed properly, are a recipe for passion. Take a taste with us today as we invite you to imagine.
Imagine this. There's a place that exists everywhere in the world, and yet no one enters it without hesitation. It's a place that terrifies us, where the lights are too bright, the silence too heavy, and the eyes of the world feel as though they're fixed on you alone.
However, people keep coming back. Over and over again, they step into that place knowing the fear that awaits. Why? Because something happens here. Something that can't happen anywhere else. It's where the jitters and the butterflies don't disappear, they transform. They become energy, focus, and even inspiration. It's where fear meets courage and something extraordinary is born. The stage.
A stage is more than just a platform. It's where authenticity shines, barriers fall, and artistic expression becomes more than just a saying. It becomes a feeling. Stories, melodies, and movements ignite a spark that connect us all, reminding us that we share the same hopes, fears, and dreams. It's through these sparks that imagination is born, inspiring us to see beyond what is and imagine what could be.
And now, it's time to see last year's spark transcend into this year's boundless imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's conference of TEDxUofTScarborough Imagine 2025. My name is Salva.
And my name is Mishti, and we'll be your MCs for the first half of your day. We are delighted to have you all join us this Saturday morning. And don't worry, guys, we have an action-packed day planned with 10 inspiring speakers who will share their groundbreaking ideas and insights. And let's not forget the 4 captivating performers who will bring creativity to life on this very stage.
Let's not forget to thank Arav, the wonderful 11-year-old self-taught pianist you all heard while entering the hall today. A preview to the talented performances we have in store for you.
Wait, Salva, make sure to remind the audience of the delicious and scrumptious lunch we have planned.
Mishti, I think the food can do the talking. So sit back, relax, and get inspired. So let's embark on this journey together. Before we start, as this is a formal, closed-door event, we have a few housekeeping items that we need to address. Documentation of the talks is strictly prohibited. We have an excellent audiovisual team tasked with this responsibility. We reserve the right to remove attendance privileges in the event of disruptions due to photography or recording.
In addition, please refrain from any chatter and unnecessary movement during the talks of each speaker. And make sure to keep your phones on silent. As mentioned, this event is being documented and live streamed. Thus, the sound and movement produced may cause some trouble with the quality of their output.
If everyone is curious about today's agenda, a copy can be found inside your gift bags to refer to. Before we move forward, we wish to acknowledge the land on which University of Toronto operates. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land.
Nous voulons reconnaître ce terrain sur lequel l'Université de Toronto est établie. Pendant des milliers d'années, elle a été le territoire traditionnel de Huron-Wendat, de Seneca et de Mississauga du Credit. Aujourd'hui, ce lieu de rencontre est encore le foyer de nombreux autochtones de Île Turtle et nous sommes reconnaissants d'avoir la possibilité de travailler sur cette terre.
Mishti, as we get this show on the road, I would like to invite our esteemed guest of honor, UTSC Vice Principal, Academic and Dean, Professor Karen Rouland, to say a few words.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here and to welcome you to the TEDx University of Toronto, Scarborough. I'm very, very pleased that you were able to join us today as we celebrate the sharing of imaginative ideas. It is since 2012, TEDx University of Toronto at Scarborough has provided a platform for our community's sharpest vision and inspire and captivate the Eastern Greater Toronto area and beyond. We welcome a diverse and engaged audience locally, nationally, and internationally, with 27 countries that have live-streamed our event to date. TEDx University of Toronto at Scarborough proudly fosters a sense of community among students, faculty, alumni, offering a place for individuals to connect, share ideas, and collaborate on projects. Today we meet in person and live stream this event from Arrow Hall, the wonderful Sam Ibrahim Center building. In fact, it is Sam himself who made this amazing building possible, and he will be one of your speakers today. Envisioned from TED, a nonprofit that believes powerful ideas, powerfully presented, move us to feel and think differently, and ultimately lead us to action. TEDx is a grassroots initiative that is completely student-run. This year, TEDx University of Toronto at Scarborough is co-chaired by Jasmine Patel and Samia Kamani, who have worked tirelessly with their Inspire team to bring today's impressive program together. Our passionate speakers are ready to share their ideas and their latest research and spark conversations on this year's theme, Imagine. Imagine a world of endless possibilities. Supporting our chairs and their teams is UTSC's amazing faculty lead, Professor Tarun Dewan. He's an associate professor teaching stream in the Department of Management. I wish to take the opportunity to thank Jasmine, Samia, and their team, along with Professor Dewan, for what is sure to be an exciting day. Throughout the year, University of Toronto at Scarborough also hosts smaller events, including speaking workshops and auditions to enhance public speaking and foster skills to promote intellectual discourse. Students involved in organizing TEDx events gain valuable skills in event planning, public speaking, and leadership. In addition, TEDx University of Scarborough attracts a wide range of attendees, including professionals, academics, and community members, providing our students with valuable networking opportunities that can lead to future collaborations and professional opportunities. For over 60 years, University of Toronto at Scarborough has been a leader in innovative approaches to higher education and a meeting place for people to engage with each other on matters of local and global importance. TEDx University of Toronto at Scarborough is a very special leading-edge initiative continuing the proud tradition of what the University of Toronto at Scarborough stands for. TEDx speakers hail from various backgrounds, including LGBTQ+, Indigenous, and racialized communities. This exposure to diverse perspectives can also broaden our students' horizons to promote inclusivity. As our strategic plan in inspiring inclusive excellence states, we thrive to foster community by embracing and promoting the enriching contributions that come from diverse backgrounds, ways of knowing, ideas, perspectives, and experiences represented in our community. Our speakers today will take you on a journey through thought-provoking ideas and awe-inspiring stories that will challenge the status quo and leave you with a fresh perspective. Our stellar lineup of speakers includes Professor Steve Jordans, a UTSC professor and cognitive psychologist, Dr. Tanya Harrison, a planetary scientist, Rachel Rowe, a master's student, Mohamed Hussaini, a first-year student, and Sam Ibrahim, the CEO of the Aero Group of Companies, a UFT Scarborough alumni himself, and many others. Today's talk will remind you of the limited possibilities of the human spirit and the incredible feats we can accomplish when we reimagine the boundaries of what is possible. At this year's theme, Imagine, invites you to expand the horizons of possibility. I encourage you to listen closely, to participate, to question, and to imagine. Challenge what you know and be prepared to unlearn what you thought you knew. Imagine the possibilities. Let us fuel a movement where dreams inspire change and where imagination lays the groundwork for a transformative future. Enjoy the day, and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karen Rouland, for your message. We are as excited as you are to be here today.
Mishti, I can't wait to kick things off with the first performance of the day.
Same here, Salva. As up next, we have an energetic performance that's sure to leave you mesmerized. Dancing to Kill the Lights, please welcome Claire to the stage.
Set me free. Every time your hands on me, I wanna be your way to shine. I can't deny the feeling that you're giving me. You lit the spark that set a fire. Ooh, oh no. Don't run away from your love. Don't turn away from the heart of the groove, from the way that we move. Kill the lights, we can't lose. Close your eyes, you can see me by the way that I feel. Kill the lights and touch my body. Close your eyes, you can see me by the way that I feel. Come and spin me around, let's get lost in the sound. Close your eyes, you can see me by the way that I feel. Touch my body, kill the lights tonight.
Wow, What an absolutely stunning performance.
I know, right? The energy, the rhythm, the artistry, that was unforgettable. Let's give Claire another big round of applause for lighting up the stage.
Mishti, now that we've had a great performance, what seems to be next on the agenda?
I'm really glad you asked that, Salva, because as we continue in our exploration of the human mind and potential, our next speaker dives deep into the science of how the experiences of one generation can shape the next.
As a master's candidate in neuroimmunology, her research at the McGowan Lab is focused on understanding how maternal stress can shape the neuroanatomy of offspring, uncovering profound implications for future generations. Let's hear a little bit more about her.
Hi TEDx, my name is Rachel Rowe and I'm a second-year master's student at UTSC. I found my love for science through physics, and then I quickly realized that math wasn't really my strong suit, and through doing a bit more research I found neuroscience and realized that the brain was the cosmos of the body. This year's theme is Imagine, and I invite the audience to imagine a world without stress, which is impossible. But my talk will specifically be focusing on how a stress reaction of a mother can actually be passed down to the offspring or the child. Science is the language of life. It's the one thing that fundamentally connects us all together. And when I began to learn about myself on a biological and a physiological level, I was able to gain a level of empathy and confidence and compassion for myself than I ever thought possible. And the only thing that I want to do with that information is share it with all of you. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope the audience takes away how strong and resilient they really are.
Please join me in welcoming our first speaker to the stage, Rachel Rowe.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Rowe, and today I would like to invite everyone in this room to be vulnerable with me for the next few minutes. Now, I know that might sound intimidating, but I believe I have something meaningful that I would love to share with you all. So let's look inward for a second. Can everyone think of a specific time in their life where they were met with an immediate amount of overwhelming stress? Maybe this was a car accident, an injury, a job loss. It doesn't matter the circumstance. You were left feeling shocked and completely out of control. Now, I apologize for making you think of this time, but stick with me. Because now, can you think of another instance where the stress, although impactful, still lingered afterwards, like a weight you couldn't shake? Maybe this time that was prolonged bullying, or grief, or even ongoing financial struggle. If you're anything like me, those two things were the same. When I was 20 years old, I was a victim of sexual violence. And that event was horrific and sudden and deeply confusing. And in the months that followed, so did my stress. Anxiety, depression, PTSD, OCD. Think of a symptom, I had it. And it also felt like, although his hands were no longer on me, I was under his control or something's control because my body no longer felt like my own. And I felt like I would be stuck with the trauma that I had endured for the rest of my life. But I'm here today with you all, with more confidence and compassion in myself than I ever thought possible. And I know that this might sound funny, but I owe it to one thing: neuroscience. For me, it was, what about my stress response could I control? And what about it on a physiological, psychological, or even genetic level could I not control? But before we get into all of that, why don't we start at the very beginning? What is stress? Stress is a psychological and physiological response to a perceived threat, and it can be categorized as either acute or chronic. Acute stress is our body's immediate reaction to a perceived stimulus. Think an exam, or me right now. So, past research has shown that when in bursts, acute stress is actually beneficial, as it aids for neuroplasticity. It allows us to perform under pressure, to stay focused. And once a stressor occurs, our sympathetic nervous system triggers our fight or flight response. So our heartbeat rises, our airways expand, our senses heighten, all of that necessary for survival. And once that stressor passes, our body goes back to a baseline, or what I like to call homeostasis. However, if a stress is large enough, or if it persists long enough, well, then we encounter chronic stress. And that is when our body's natural mechanisms to deal with stress become maladaptive, as our stress response goes far past once the stressor was even present. So what circuitry naturally governs our stress response? It is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. And since I do not have you all day, we'll call it the HPA for short. So let's go through it together. It all begins at the hypothalamus, which is like the control center of the brain. And what happens is fear signals from the prefrontal cortex, from the amygdala, from the hippocampus start there. And they send these fear signals to the hypothalamus to trigger it to release CRH, a messenger hormone. This messenger hormone then goes to the pituitary gland, allowing that to secrete ACTH. Once ACTH is in our bloodstream, it then goes to the adrenal glands that sit right on top of the kidney. And from there, we get our stress response hormone, cortisol. Cortisol then goes throughout our body, and we get our fight or flight, our fear response. But like everything in nature, we need a balancing act, something to turn off our fear response once that stressor is gone. This is done with the negative feedback loop. So once a stressor has passed, the leftover cortisol actually binds back onto the hypothalamus, onto the pituitary gland, onto our initiating brain regions, telling them to no longer send fear signals to the hypothalamus and to no longer create cortisol. This is what turns off our natural stress response. But when it comes to acute stress becoming chronic, there are two main reasons why this happens. One, a hyperactive HPA axis, and two, actual physiological brain changes. So chronic stress produces an overproduction of cortisol, and it causes the HPA axis to stay on. So our initiating brain regions become less sensitive to the negative feedback loop off switch. It becomes less sensitive to the negative feedback loop's message to stop our stress response. And this constant cortisol causes the prefrontal cortex to have issues with decision-making and emotional regulation. Our amygdala becomes hyperactive. We get a greater fear response. And the hippocampus actually physically atrophies. So we have issues with memory and learning. So let's think of it with a main idea. If the HPA axis is our main circuit board, diverting signals of fear throughout our body, and we can think of the negative feedback loop as our on and off switch, well, we need a technician. We need a specific regulator whose job is to oversee and maintain this beautiful circuit. That job is for the microglia. So microglia are the resident immune cells of the brain, and they play a role by clearing signs of pathogen, foreign bodies, inflammation, and debris. And they do this by always being on a spectrum of activity that can be represented by their shape. This is an example of a ramified or resting microglia. So in this state, you can see that there are arms called branches that are used to scour the environment. In this state, these cells are anti-inflammatory, as they have mechanisms to suppress neuroinflammation. However, this is an example of an activated or amoeboid microglia. In this state, these cells are pro-inflammatory. Through a mechanism called phagocytosis, resting microglia get activated and engulf and break down foreign bodies or pathogens. In this way, they then activate other microglia, causing a pro-inflammatory defense mechanism. However, stress itself is a form of inflammation. So in a chronic stress model, constant cortisol causes microglia to be stuck in this pro-inflammatory state, to be stuck on. So we end up with a very vicious cycle where constant stress, chronic stress, naturally causes cortisol release. But then the constant cortisol impairs our initiating brain regions, making them less sensitive to our off switch, making them less sensitive to the negative feedback loop. It no longer works. But this continues the HPA axis, driving more and more cortisol production. But then our brain is now neuroinflammatory, activating our resting microglia and making them activated and amoeboid in shape. But if our brain is inflamed, then that sends more signals to our initiating brain region, triggering to continue this response. This is what happens under chronic stress. This is the pathway that gets maladaptive and that gets dysfunctional. So think about it this way. If stress can rewire our brain like that, what can it do to our ancestry? Can the effects of chronic stress ripple across generations? It can, through epigenetic inheritance. So past research has shown that a stress response in a mother can actually be passed down to the offspring. And in my lab, the most important type of stressor to us is a high-fat diet, specifically a maternal high-fat diet. So in both a human and a rat model, a mother exposed to a high-fat diet can give their offspring a sort of baseline standard of neuroinflammation, a standard of high cortisol production. So the offspring inherit this constant chronic stress maladaptive pathway. So in the mother, when they undergo a high-fat diet, they have gene modification, an altered stress response, and they also have reduced maternal care. And the offspring, they change because of two ways. One, the passed down cycle from their mother, and two, because of their experience with the reduced amount of maternal care. So they can have disruptions to their dopamine and serotonin. They can have a baseline of anxiety and depression, and they can also have cognitive deficits or impairments. To me, learning this was so incredibly freeing because it meant that not only did I always have the mechanisms to bring me back to a baseline, but it also meant that when it came to my trauma, the feelings and changes that I experienced could have been modifications that were already there. To me, it meant that my body wasn't broken. It was trying to heal and protect me in the ways that it knew how, with the tools that it had at hand, and it was trying its very best. So in my own research, I'm trying to understand, can I reset neuroinflammation caused by a maternal high-fat diet? Can I reset this in both the mother and the offspring? And I do this with a drug called clondronate. So clondronate actually depletes microglia. It kills them when it is targeted. So I actually surgically target microglia into the amygdala, remember the fear section of our HPA axis, in rats exposed to a high-fat diet and in mothers exposed to a high-fat diet. And what my very early data has shown that not only does it kill microglia when administered, but it also reduces microglia activation. And the microglia that are left over look more like a resting and ramified microglia than an activated one. That means that if we were to somehow target microglia depletion, maybe we can reverse or mitigate the effects of chronic stress, the effects of neuroinflammation caused by a maternal high-fat diet in both the mother and the offspring. So let's go back to our original thought experiment. When you think of your most stressful times, when your heartbeat is in your ears, when you have a pit in your stomach, does it feel less scary now? To know what's happening, to know how you feel these ways, and to also know that not just you, but your mother, your grandma, that everyone in this room has felt the same way you do. And to also know that you've always had the tools to bring yourself back to a baseline, because you have every single time. Life is hard. Stress is inevitable. We can't imagine a world without stress, because to remove stress would be to remove the adaptation, evolution, and resilience that it took to get you here today. So stress, although scary, although deeply uncomfortable, it's a connection to your ancestry. It's not your enemy. It's a reminder of all that you have and all that you will overcome. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a fascinating journey through the intricate connections between stress, neuroscience, and the legacy we leave for future generations.
Rachel's work reminds us that science is not only about discovery, but truly understanding the force that shapes us to build a better future.
So let's continue on. Our next speaker has had her career span across multiple industries, including aerospace engineering, consulting, and big tech. Wherever she went, she always intended to use innovation to drive positive social change.
Now, as an MBA candidate at both UC Berkeley and Columbia Business School, she is merging her technical engineering expertise with strategic business insights. Let's have her introduce herself.
Hi there, I'm Prerna from Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm a mechanical engineer turned innovator who has lived and worked across 5 cities spanning 3 separate countries. My journey has taken me from aerospace engineering to developing AI solutions at tech giants like Microsoft and NVIDIA, where I've had the absolute privilege of building technologies that impact millions of users daily. Currently, I am pursuing my MBA at UC Berkeley and Columbia Business School, where I continue to explore the intersection of technology, innovation, and social impact. My talk today invites you to imagine a world where innovation simply isn't confined to startup garages or executive boardrooms. Through my experiences, I've discovered that innovation isn't just about having groundbreaking ideas. Instead, it's also about understanding how to navigate complex systems to bring those very same ideas to life. I'll share insights from my journey of turning seemingly impossible ideas to reality, of challenging the traditional narrative of where and how innovation actually happens. Together, we'll explore how someone, regardless of their position, can create meaningful change within established systems. And my story isn't just about technology or corporate innovation. It's about imagining possibilities where others only see obstacles. It's about finding pathways through seemingly impenetrable walls. And it's also about transforming constraints into catalysts for creativity. So join me as we reimagine what's possible when we combine vision with strategic action, and when we dare to think differently about how innovation really happens in today's world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our next speaker, Prerna Gambhir.
I want you to imagine this. You're sitting and staring at your computer screen when you have an idea that could change everything. You have an idea that can revolutionize the way millions of people think and work. But you're not a CEO. You're not even a manager. You're just you. So, do you quit everything and begin working on your own startup? That's how we imagine it, right? That one moment that's going to disrupt everything. That was me, an engineer from U of T with a vision of how AI can transform the way millions of people create presentations. Today, it is more popularly known as Microsoft 365 Copilot for PowerPoint. My team and I worked day and night for well over a year developing the back-end microsystems for Copilot. But back then, it was just a spark in a sea of corporate priorities. Now, before I continue telling you more about how I actually managed to do that, you're probably already thinking, Prerna, you just got lucky. You just happened to be at the right place and at the right time. And to that I say, I know, you're absolutely right. Whether you want to call it luck or destiny or just about anything else, I am completely in agreement with you that I was at the right place and at the right time. But what about all those other instances where I was at the right place but the wrong time? Or even at the wrong place and the wrong time? The number of failed startups I've pursued that have never seen the light of day is so many. It happens to the best of us. But those are stories for another day and another time. So, statistically speaking, for all of us to be at the right place and at the right time, what we actually need to do is be in multiple places all the time. Now, what I mean by that is that we have to consciously push ourselves into situations and create these opportunities for ourselves. And because we're doing that more and more often, the probability of us being at the right place and at the right time increases exponentially. Sometimes you might see an idea being implemented and you think, hey, but that was my idea, I thought of it first. And it probably was your idea also. The operative word here being implementation, which also happens by you being at this right place and right time. So really go out there and share all your thoughts and your ideas with as many people as you can and as many times as you can. I wanted to touch on this touchy-feely aspect of innovation before addressing its more concrete complexities. So, moving on to things we have a lot more control over. You see, we all have this romantic notion that innovation only happens in startups and garages, or that in big companies it only comes from the top. But having led AI initiatives at companies like Microsoft and NVIDIA, I'm here to tell you that's about as true as my grandmother's claim that eating carrots will give you night vision. So I want you to think of these big corporations as medieval fortresses. They're rigid, they're imposing, seemingly unchangeable. And very often we believe that these corporate structures kill creativity. But what if I told you that some of the most transformational innovations happen inside these fortresses, not outside them? It was inside these very fortresses that people like me and many others learned to build towers. And I want to share with you how one person with zero authority but unlimited determination can really build something revolutionary inside these very same fortresses. The key here is understanding what one of my professors would call the innovation maze and the innovation labyrinth. This is a maze where every wrong turn will lead you to a dead end of no's, maybe later's. That's definitely not how we do things here. But what I figured out is that the labyrinth has its map. And once you figure out how to navigate that, it's significantly easier to go through it with the next 3 things that I'm about to share with you. So first, what happens when we have that new idea? It's only fair that, you want to start small, get a prototype going. But starting small doesn't mean thinking small. It just means being strategic. As I was toying around with this concept that I had, I didn't go pitch to any executives. I didn't even pitch it to my own manager. Instead, I used a hackathon, which is an amazing corporate loophole that allowed me to work on my proof of concept without having to ask for too many permissions and without having bureaucracy breathing down my neck. Similarly, you have to find your space to start small but think big. You'll have to master something that I call as corporate judo, which is using your organization's weight and momentum to your advantage. An example of this is soliciting feedback. Obviously, you want to talk to key stakeholders, learn what they're thinking, and implement all of that. But soliciting all that feedback doesn't necessarily mean implementing that feedback. It's a nuanced dance of consensus and support. As I began telling my colleagues about my new idea, I was definitely not looking for universal agreement. My goal was to build a conversation, to form those allies, and to refine my own vision. And besides, if you decided to implement all the feedback that you ever got, you'd probably end up with something like pineapple pizza, which in my perspective is equally confusing and divisive all at the same time. And something counterintuitive to keep in mind is when you have that groundbreaking idea, you actually want to share it widely and transparently. Contrary to popular belief, don't keep your innovation a secret. You want to broadcast it everywhere. Create written records of your idea, of all the conversations and of all the interactions that you had around them. Because doing that does 3 things. First, it establishes you as the original innovator. Second, it invites potential collaborators to join you, should they actually wish to do so. And third, it creates a clear timeline of your idea's development. So don't be shy about sharing your ideas, whether it's in a hallway conversation or in an informal gathering. Just remember to follow it up with perhaps an email that reiterates that conversation. Besides, the more people that know about your concept, the more champions you're going to create. Next, bring your A game in corporate Duolingo. As I was working through my idea, communication definitely became one of my bigger superpowers. I had to learn to speak multiple languages. To engineers, I spoke technical feasibility. To executives, I painted a vision of transformational impact. And to finance, I had to tell them how my idea was going to do a lot of cost savings. And every stakeholder needs their own translation because of something that psychologists call as the inconsistency avoidance tendency. This is a big word. Let me break it down for you. All this means is that people are more likely to accept your idea, or any new idea for that matter, if it's already in alignment with their existing worldview. And so, every conversation became a brick towards building my tower. I just had to remember to break things down into digestible chunks of 15 seconds. 15 seconds, the magic number. We've heard of it so many times. Have you ever wondered why this is that number? That's the attention span of a caffeinated or corporate exec these days, where they feel they can ask you questions without feeling overwhelmed. When you present a complex idea, it's natural human tendency to reject something that you don't immediately understand. But when you break things down, you're inviting curiosity. Furthermore, arguments don't win arguments. Reiterating this never hurt anyone. I can guarantee you the road to corporate innovation is not going to be through confrontation. If you feel that your idea is not fully being understood, don't say, I see I may have given you might have misunderstood my idea. Instead, say something along the lines of, I see I may have given you the wrong impression. And then clarify your idea, walk them through it. This subtle shift allows for a deeper understanding between both parties. Or when somebody asks you a question that you already know the answer to, really resist the urge to say, oh, I already thought about it. Instead, say something like, let me think about that for a minute, and then walk them through it. This also gives the other person an opportunity to collaborate with you and makes them feel valued as well. And third, politics is definitely an advantage. Might not seem like it, but it actually is. You really have to understand the power dynamics within your organization and then use that to strategically position your idea to gain support from key decision makers. Just for a moment, forget about the pyramid model of corporate power. Think of it more as a staircase, where at each level, you're going to require different methods to rally support. An instance of this is large group brainstorming sessions. This is the worst possible way to share your idea. It's true. This is an innovation graveyard where your ideas are going to go to die faster than my houseplants do. It's because being in a large group brainstorming session triggers something called the social proof phenomena. This is where people look to others before forming their own opinions. So be mindful and strategic about those conversations that you're going to have with your stakeholders. Have more of those one-on-ones. Understand their motivations and their concerns. And because you're doing that more and more often, you've already picked out those key champions who are going to advocate for you and your idea when you're not in the room. And perhaps the most important thing I'm going to share with you today is that being on top of an innovation isn't even about having the best idea. It's about forming the right coalitions. As I was working on these amazing sets of ideas I had, immediately I thought, I'm going to file these patents. I very quickly realized that the task was not just to file for a whole bunch of paperwork. It was to build those alliances, have people get on my side. As for every engineer who spent hours and hours rewriting code with me or manually adjusting presentations, eventually became a supporter of my idea. You see the irony? They had to manually adjust presentations. And having to build these alliances is definitely something you get better at over time. But a caveat here is that past supporters don't guarantee future support. For every new project that you have to go and build that new separate strategic alliance. And so for that next idea that you're going to pursue, remember to form a new coalition. And so after all of this, you could still be asking, Prerna, I'm just starting my career. How does this apply to me? I want you to look around this room. Go on, look around. Some of you would have joined startups. A lot of you are in bigger corporations, but all of you face the same dilemma of innovating with constraints. Before any innovation reaches the market, it goes through layers and layers of approval, of organizational dynamics, of competing interests. But I want you to really remember that every fortress has its blueprint. Every labyrinth has its map, and every tower began with a single stone. Now, your vision might be grand, but every day you're fighting for those resources, you're building those alliances, and you're laying those bricks one by one. And for everyone who feels trapped by structures and hierarchies, I want you to imagine how you could be an entrepreneur right where you are with the constraints that you already have. Because the tower that you want to build might just be waiting for you in the fortress where you already stand. And all of that is to say that true innovation actually knows no hierarchy. It only knows impact. Thank you.
Salva, that was such an inspiring exploration of how innovation can thrive, even while being in the most complex systems.
Exactly, Mishti. Her insights challenge us to see possibilities where others might see limitations, empowering us to navigate corporate structures with creativity and purpose. On that note, I know we all have had an early morning to be here. So let's take a few minutes to recharge and truly reflect on the powerful ideas shared so far.
Let's take the next 30 minutes to relax, refuel, and let the inside sink in. We'll see you back here at 10:40 a.m. for more imaginative talks.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a chance to recharge and reflect on the inspiring ideas shared so far.
We are excited to kick off the second part of our conference. However, none of this would have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors, who helped us bring this vision to life. We would like to thank the following organizations: UTSC Office of the Vice President and Principal, UTSC Office of the Vice Principal Research and Innovation, UTSC Office of Student Experience and Wellbeing, UTSC Office of Developmental and Alumni Relations, UTSC Admissions and Student Recruitment Office, UTSC Food Partnerships, UTSC Management Alumni Association, UTSC Information Technology Service, UTSC Arts, Culture, and Media Department, UTSC Origami Club, Aero Group of Companies, Livecast, Bliss Stations, Something Happy Event Planning, Fuse Booth, Caesar Empire, Colonel's Fairview, Sisters Sweet Shop, Candles and Palms.
Once again, a huge thank you for all our sponsors for making this event possible. Through your support, we are able to create a space where bold ideas are sparked, imagined, and celebrated.
Before we continue with our next speaker, let's bring some music to the stage. Up next, we have a band that knows how to set the mood just right.
Exactly, Mishti. For the unlucky ones who were unable to secure a Coldplay ticket for this summer, we hope the next act makes up for it.
Exactly so. Performing Adventure of a Lifetime by Coldplay, we've got Christina on vocals and Bruce tearing it up on the guitar.
Don't forget Ginny holding it down on bass, Gabriella bringing the keys to life, and Joshua on drums, keeping everyone locked in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Spare Bedroom.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We are Spare Bedroom. I'd like to thank you guys for having us today. We're really excited to perform. This is actually our first show that we're playing as a band, and I really, really hope you enjoy our set. How's everyone? Everyone good? Turn your magic on. To me she'd say everything you want's a dream away. We are legends every day. Hold me. Turn your magic on. To me she'd say everything you want's a dream away. We are legends every day. That's what she told me. I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart beneath my skin. Oh, I can feel my heart beating. Oh, you make me feel like I'm alive again. You make me feel like I'm alive again. Said I can't go on, not in this way. I'm a dreamer, die by light of day. Gonna hold up half the sky and say, only I own me. I feel my heart beating. like I'm alive again. Alive again. Oh, you make me feel. If we've only got this life, this adventure of our life. If we've only got this life, you get me through. I say, oh, yeah, woo. I say, oh, yeah, woo-hoo, 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 woo-hoo. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We get to
What an unforgettable performance from Spare Bedroom. Truly, the adventure of a lifetime.
That couldn't be better said, Salva. And now I'd like to move on. Salva, I'd like you and the audience to imagine holding back your ideas, your ambitions, or even parts of yourself. Not because you lack the ability to do so, but because of an invisible force telling you to stay small. Our next speaker has seen this force at play in many forms, but the one that fascinated her the most was shame, rather shamelessness.
Growing up in Lagos, Nigeria, she witnessed how shame can shape her choices, limit potential, and silence voices. Yet, with that shame, she visualized the power of confidence, courage, and success when embracing shamelessness.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have her introduce herself.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Agwim. I'm a public policy student here at the University of Toronto, Scarborough, and I'll be speaking on the virtue of shamelessness. But before we go into that, I'll tell you a bit about myself. So I grew up in Lagos, Nigeria. I was born and raised there. I also love to read and to write. In secondary school, my favorite subject was literature, and I loved it so much because I got to read a ton of short stories and poetry. I also really love Duolingo. Right now, Duolingo is my best friend, and I enjoy learning languages on the app. I'll be speaking today on the virtue of shamelessness. We hear a ton about shame in our society, and there are a lot of things that we should continue to have our reservations for, that we shouldn't openly accept. But what happens when we start to feel shame for the wrong things? What happens when we refuse to be fearless, refuse to go after our goals, refuse to stand up for what is right because of shame? That is the kind of unnecessary shame that I'll be talking about, and I'll be talking about how we can embrace shamelessness instead. And so I hope my talk inspires you as it has inspired me, and I hope it urges you and encourages you to be shameless, to be bold, to be confident in the pursuit of what is right. Thank you.
In the spirit of true shamelessness, I'll be sharing a few experiences I've had with shame in my life. First, when I felt shame on my 16th birthday because of my house. Growing up, my family and I lived in a small apartment in Lagos, Nigeria. We lived in a part of Lagos's mainland called Yaba. And so as a child, I did not like this house for a couple of reasons. The first was because of its terrazzo floors, which I found rather primitive. I also didn't like the house because it wasn't very aesthetic. We had numerous fork inscriptions and crayon carvings on the simple wooden furniture, thanks to my siblings and I. I mean, my parents refurbished the house several times, but we were just that creative. And so I was so crippled by this shame that I never had any friends over, especially if they lived on Lagos's island. And so Lagos's island is a lot more glamorous, generally speaking, than where I lived. And a lot of my friends lived here because I attended a secondary school on the island. And so I felt very, very inferior. Whenever my friends would call me, I'd sit in a tiny corner of the house, barely moving, even though I really needed to do something else. So this is a picture of little me in that house where I was born and raised, and looking back, I wonder why I was so crippled by this shame, but let's continue the story. And so, even if I really needed to go to the kitchen or fold my clothes, I would not do so because of this shame. I stayed put. And so this shame reached a climax on my 16th birthday. You know, 16 was very exciting. I had begged my parents to throw a party for me, and they did just that. And a lot of my friends, unfortunately, couldn't make it. And so when I got home, a couple of them reached out to ask me how the celebrations were. One of my friends in particular called me, and we were chatting away. She complimented my makeup, asked me how everything went, and all was well. But she then uttered the scariest thing I had ever heard. She said, "Michelle, I've never seen your house. Why don't you show me around?" I froze, barely turning my phone for her to see the living room where I was seated. Looking back, I wish I had been more shameless. I'll tell you about another time I felt shame. When I switched from the sciences to the arts. So when I was little, I wanted to be a medical doctor, specifically a gynecologist. I'm Nigerian, so you might guess that my parents forced me to do this, but no, it was because of my own desire and love for children. And so the only problem was that I didn't particularly fancy mathematics. I mean, I tried, my parents hired several tutors, I even made friends just so that they would rub off on me. But mathematics was always a Herculean task for me. Nevertheless, I trudged on, and when I was in SS1, the equivalent of grade 10 in Nigeria, I entered into the arts. I took physics, chemistry, further mathematics, and I flunked them woefully. And I made the decision to leave the sciences to the arts because I realized that I could express my desire for children without becoming a medical doctor. But at the time, I did feel a lot of shame. I mean, a lot of my friends were excelling in the sciences. I had told everyone about my wishes and desires to become a medical doctor, and so I felt like a huge failure. But if I had not switched, I would not have realized my intense love for the arts, particularly literature and Nigerian history, which I excelled in for the rest of secondary school. Now, today, I'm talking about shamelessness. I'm not using the word boldness. I'm not using the word confidence. No, I'm talking about shamelessness because of the root word shame. So let's explore this word a little. Shame is not always a bad thing. I mean, it's certainly not always as bad as having back-to-back finals. And so if your friend sits you down and tells you about ways they feel you could do better in your friendship, it's okay to feel a slight twinge of shame. Or if you go to therapy or counseling, it's okay to feel shame at the realization that you're human and you were not as perfect as you thought. Shame is not always a bad thing. But in the same vein, shamelessness is also not always a bad thing. It isn't about breaking the law brazenly or any other unnecessary defiance. It is about owning our circumstances, especially those things we cannot change, and moving forward with life. And so, truly, in today's world, a lot of the things that we feel shame for are pointless, okay? So we live in a digital age. We cannot deny the role that the internet has played in this. I mean, we spend hours scrolling on our phones, comparing our lives to strangers. We don't know their circumstances. We don't know their privileges. We just crucify ourselves for unnecessary things, like the looks that we cannot change, and even if we could, should not want to change. People also feel shame for having disabilities, or even having a disabled friend, sibling, and so on. I recall a few years ago, I was watching a YouTube video from one of my favorite Nigerian YouTubers, and she had mentioned how previously in her life, a suitor stopped pursuing her because he found out she had a sister with Down syndrome. People feel shame for facing financial challenges that they're trying to get out of. People feel shame for facing infertility or other reproductive health challenges. And what this does is that it prevents them from seeking the help that they need. People also feel shame for having opinions. Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie perfectly highlights this in her essay titled, "It is Obscene," an essay in 3 parts. I wholeheartedly agree with the final part of this write-up, where she shares that the internet has become a hostile place for people with the genuine desire to learn and to form opinions as they grow. You know, when a baby is learning to walk, they stumble, they fall. I've been honored to see this several times because I have a lot of little cousins and younger siblings. We don't shame babies when they fall, when they're learning how to walk. We cheer them on, we take the pictures, we celebrate their milestones. And so why do we shame people who are genuinely trying to be better with their lives, who are genuinely trying to come up, to rise out of the ashes, the circumstances that are not favorable, but life has thrown at them? I wonder why. You know, the sad thing about shame is that it stifles potential. It tells you that you cannot go for that event because you have an acne scar, or you can't give that speech because sometimes you stutter, like I have a few times in this speech. It makes you throw away so many amazing opportunities because of trivial fears. And as we all know, nobody lives forever. Our time is limited. So I've spoken a ton about shame. What then can shamelessness offer us? Shamelessness can offer you greatness. Think about this. You and your friends just wrote a paper, and you didn't do very well on it. Now, shame will deceive you into thinking that you should hide yourself away and cower and not go and ask for help. But with shamelessness, you'll have the courage to approach your friend who did better at the test, to ask them to help you prepare to do best in the next one. Shamelessness can look like championing the cause that nobody else seems to care that passionately about. I see this so well in Nigerian professional chess player Tunde Onakoya, who uses chess to bring several children in Nigeria out of poverty. He has an amazing foundation, Chess in Slums, that provides education to these children. Now, in Nigeria, chess isn't particularly something that is celebrated all the time, but he chose to forge ahead, and now everyone is talking about him. He chose to be shameless, and I admire him for that. Shamelessness allows us to unlock potential that we would have never come across if we decided to hide away. Now, here's a caveat. Shamelessness does not mean throwing privacy out of the window. It doesn't mean you have to upload something on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, though that is amazing, but sometimes it's okay to keep it to yourself. The only thing about shamelessness, though, is that those in your life who need to know about that thing you've been keeping away will know. So, for instance, if you've been struggling with a medical concern, shamelessness will allow you to be open to your friends or family who are accepting of you and to listen to the advice they have to give. Shamelessness will allow you to go for that job interview, even though you feel unqualified. For many immigrants, shamelessness has allowed us to move abroad, to take this huge risk, despite several concerns, maybe even multiple visa rejections. It makes us fearless in the face of what many might perceive as danger. It makes you become the truest version of yourself to the world, to your family, to your friends, and to anyone who encounters you. And so, I urge you today to embrace shamelessness. The things that you should not feel shame about. I hope you drop them as quickly as a hockey puck moves across an ice hockey rink. The world is in desperate need of more shameless people. And I hope that you all can be part of that demographic. Thank you.
What an important reminder of the freedom and strength that comes from embracing shamelessness.
Exactly so. Michelle's insights challenge us to think about how we can push past the overwhelming barriers that shame creates, empowering us to pursue our goals no matter the external pressures that society imposes. Up next, we'd like to move on to our next speaker, who has built his career on a foundation of data, strategy, and leadership. As the managing partner at KGS Research, he ensures that businesses and organizations have access to the most accurate insights on the market.
His unwavering dedication and passion for excellence have taught him that the journey itself often shapes us more than the destination. A lesson that lies deeply at his talk today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our next speaker, Faraz Khan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining me. It's on a Saturday morning, and today I'm going to be talking to you all about embracing the journey, discovering growth, resilience, and the meaning beyond the destination. So to start things off, I'm going to give you a little bit of background information about myself. I'm a Scarborough native. I grew up in a traditional home of 5. I have an older sister and a twin brother. I graduated Ryerson University with a Bachelor of Commerce in Global Management and Marketing, and I'm currently the Managing Partner and Director of Operations of KGS Research. Today's talk is going to focus primarily on recognizing the lessons you're going to learn along your journey and understanding that it's more important than just a goal. So what is a journey? A journey can serve as an expectation, a responsibility, or a goal. And it may not have a clear step-by-step guide on how to get there. Some goals can have a straightforward journey, where if you say, I want to walk 10,000 steps in a day, the only way you're going to achieve that is to keep on walking. There's no other way. A more complicated goal could be, I want to be a successful entrepreneur. And there's no easy journey on how to get there, and everyone is going to have a different one. But I have some good news for everyone today. You guys have an advantage. We're all here in the Sami Ibrahim School of Entrepreneurship. So give yourself a pat on the back for being here today and getting one step ahead of the ball. So, when did my journey start? My journey started in my 3rd year of university. I was living that university life, getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning, having that Tim Hortons bagel, sitting in class, working part-time, going home studying, and then playing video games. It's a repeat. I loved it. I was enjoying it. I was telling myself, 2 more years, and I'm going to be able to apply for a full-time job and start that next chapter. But then, life happens. My dad got sick, and he passed away in my second semester. And that's when I realized everything was going to change. My brother and my sister, we got together, and we talked about what we wanted to do. We said we wanted to make sure we kept our family together and as a unit. And we also wanted to make sure my mom didn't have to go back to work. So we had to make some compromises. And a part-time job was no longer a part-time job. And I had to move around my school schedule to make sure that I can accommodate that. So we're on this new journey together, and a couple months go by, and we're doing it. My mom's not going back to work, we're doing my education, and we're all sticking together, and we're all in the same pathway. Now, a couple months pass by, and we get together, and we're all saying, oh my God, I can't believe we're actually doing this. We're doing it, and we're staying together, which was very important to us as a family. And my sister pulls me aside, and she says to me, you know, Faraz, I know we're doing it. Our mom's not working, but you're not the same person. You're not as funny anymore. You're not playing that much video games. Your personality has changed. And I think you need a change of scenery. And I said, what are you talking about? We're doing it. And she said, no, you're not yourself. And she mentioned to me that the company I work at, they're hiring. I said, okay, can you walk me through this company? She's like, well, it's 5 minutes away from where we live, and it's in market research. I said, okay. And then she mentioned to me, you're going to be around people you like. And I'm like, what does that mean? And she's like, well, you're not going to have to wear a suit and tie to work every day. And she started explaining that, the dress code. You get to wear a hoodie, you get to wear jeans, you get to wear Air Forces, the stuff you like wearing. I said, okay, I'm interested. And I'm like, okay, maybe we can do an interview then. And then she mentioned to me, oh, by the way, there's a call center attached to it. And I said, oh my God, a call center. It's a forbidden word back in the day. And she said to me, she's like, don't worry, it's okay. And then we started laughing. I'm laughing out of fear, not knowing what I'm walking into. And I don't even know why she was laughing, but I said, let's give it a shot. So she sets up this interview, and I go in. And I'm applying as a call center agent. In market research terms, it's called an interviewer. And I killed the interview, and I ended up working the same day. And that was how I started working where I am today. So a couple of months go by, and I'm trying all these different, I'm on the phones, but I'm also trying to get off the phones. So it's a funny thing being an interviewer. You're hired to be on the phones, but the one thing you want to do is try and get off the phones and do as little talking as possible. So I'm doing all these side tasks just to try and get off the phones. And one day it's 4 o'clock, and I'm rushing out because I got to get to class. And Sam, the CEO, he's standing by a vending machine. And he says to me, he's like, Faraz, where are you going? It's 4 o'clock. This is when your shift starts. And I said, I got to get to class. And he had this look on his face. And he's like, for what again? So I started explaining to him what I'm doing and what goals I want to do in careers. And he said to me, he's like, listen, I understand. I understand you got to go to school. You got to get that paper. You got to give it to your mom. She's going to put it in the frame, and she's going to put it on the wall. She's going to call her family and friends and say, guess what? My son's successful. He graduated university. And that's all cool. But I want you to realize something. You're doing a lot of great things in here. And from what you told me, everything you want to do, you can achieve here. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, I listened to exactly what you said. Everything you want to do, I guarantee you can achieve it. And do not lose sight of the opportunity you have in front of you. I said, okay, I'll see what I can do to move my classes around to accommodate working a little bit later. He said, I'm not asking you to do anything. I just want you to remember this. I said, okay, fine. So I'm on the TTC, and I'm on my way to school. And I'm thinking to myself, does this guy actually want me to be here long term, or does he want me to work even harder for him? And this is just like a temporary situation. I don't know. But I'm sitting in class. I'm thinking about it. I'm seeing what I can do in my classes. And on my way home, I told myself, you know what? I'm going to give myself a shot. What do I have to lose? And I rearranged my schedule. And the next day, I was committed to it. Fast forward a couple months later, what you guys see on here is 7 different positions that I needed to go through to get to where I am today. When you look at it, you can think these are 7 different jobs at different companies. And I'm looking at all the different stages that I went through to get to where I am today. But with each role, what I see is an opportunity for me to say, I've had enough. This is it. I didn't go to school to be a programmer. I didn't go to school to work in IT. And each of these different roles that I did, it allowed me to improve myself. And these are where I learned these important lessons. And you don't actually realize the lessons you're learning until you hit your goal and you look back. And all of these, you never stop and say, let me pat myself on the back. Hey, I went from a programmer to a data analyst. You're always focused on just getting to the end. And that is why these next couple of lessons I'm going to go over with you guys, it's important to recognize. Because these are the lessons that you got to stop and think about. So the first lesson is relationships. So I'm working, and my name's going around, and I eventually meet Gabriel Fanous. He's also a managing partner at KGS. And I'm sitting in front of him, and he's saying, Faraz, you have a lot of potential, and I'm going to work with you very closely, and you just got to listen with me with an open mind. I said, okay, fine. He's like, I need you to work on your relationships and emotional intelligence. I said, okay, sure. Can you elaborate? He's like, well, you got to be able to rely on people. You got to help people. But more importantly, you got to be open to talking to people and listening to them. I said, sure, no problem. But do you forget what I've accomplished so far? And he said, yeah. And I said, remember, teamwork. Teamwork has me in it, and I'm a big part of that. And he started laughing. And he said, listen, if you want to continue to grow, you can't do everything yourself. And you got to be able to speak to other people and ask them for advice and give advice. I said, okay, fine, I'll give it a shot. So the next couple of days, I started going up to people and asking them, hey, how's your day going? What are you working on? And started building relationships. And I ran into some situations where I would probably spend 5 hours dealing with a problem, and I would be able to ask somebody, and they would show me how to get it done in 5 minutes. I wasn't an Excel pro when I was growing in this organization. But somebody introduced to me about macros. And the first time I heard macros, I'm thinking about macroeconomics. They're talking about macros in Excel. And I started expanding my knowledge. I'm like, I didn't know this stuff existed. And if I had to learn all these things myself, I wouldn't be where I was today, or it would probably take even longer. So I had to leverage all of these relationships in order to accelerate my growth as well. And Gabriel says a very important quote, and I would recommend everybody write this quote down because it's very important today. Relationships are the new currency. Okay? I'm going to repeat it again. Relationships are the new currency. The second lesson is resilience. Now, everybody's heard the cliche, when you get knocked down, you got to get back up. That is a very common saying that goes around. And to get back up, you need work ethic. You either have it, you don't, or you're going to work your ass off to get that work ethic. Okay? But that's not what I'm talking about with resilience. I'm talking about the resilience where you have to stand up and understand who around you is with you and who around you is a distraction, which is one of the hardest things to do. To recognize that not everybody is going to see what you see. Not everybody is going to believe in the journey that you are on. And your closest friends, maybe some family members, they might say to you, are you sure you're going to believe these guys? Sure you want to work in a call center? Are you sure what these guys are selling you is real? And you got to be able to look around and say to yourself, is this better for me, or is this causing more distractions? And that's going to happen no matter what. You don't want to be left in a position where you're so focused on what other people think and you let their opinions dictate what you do that it delays you on your journey. And this is something people don't realize until 3-4 years down the road. And they're like, I wish I did this or I wish I did that. And one way to come around this is build your support system. Understand who you can rely on. For me, relied on my mom, relied on my sister, and I relied on my twin brother, Rashad, who's also a managing partner. We're yin and yang. So we have a very different relationship. But I wouldn't be here today without him because he was able to have my back and I was able to have his back. And there are certain people that you need to have real conversations with. You got to let them in. So you got to identify those people. And then after a while, I was able to build my network and the people that I trusted. I had mentors, coworkers, friends, all that would listen to me. Today, it's my wife. She listens to me ramble about the same problems over and over again, gives her advice, but she doesn't judge. She just listens. And you got to identify people that are willing to work with you like that. Because those are the people that are going to help you stay in your journey and be there for when you make a mistake, but also encourage you. The last lesson is growth. So I want to make this clear. Growth is a choice. You have biological growth where you get taller, maybe a little bit chubbier, maybe you lose some hair. That's all biological. Personal growth is a choice, okay? And to have growth, you have to believe in change. Change is constant, But change is something that is not easily accepted. Nobody likes to hear that you're doing something wrong, you got to do it this way. Your perspective changes. And this is something that keeps people back. If you look at all the different positions I did to get to where I am today, I had to change myself multiple times. My early 20s, you could imagine, growing through this organization structure and dominating it, I was an egotistical person, right? But having a personality like that, it's not beneficial because nobody wants to work with somebody like that. So you got to identify how you change and keep adapting. And that's part of life. But some people try to fight that change. And you may say to yourself down the road, oh, I wish I did this, or I wish I did that. I should have done this differently. You don't want to live like that. You got to accept change for yourself to grow. And this is one of the common factors that people don't realize. And when you're thinking to yourself, and if you ever are left in a situation where you say, man, I wish I did this that way, then you didn't change fast enough. So fast forward today, where am I today? I currently run the largest market research firm in North America for public policy and political polling. I achieved my goal of making sure my mom doesn't have to work anymore. I have the privilege of inspiring people and helping them achieve their goal and help them stay on their journey. I'm about to start off on a new chapter with my beautiful wife as we welcome a baby. And I also want to give a special shout out to my mom and Gabriel, as it just so happens that today is their birthdays. So happy birthday to my mom and Gabriel. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope you guys all learned something.
Wow, that was an incredible reflection on how the journey itself, through the small wins, big losses, and learned lessons, can often take us further than the goal we set out to achieve.
100% Mishti. Faraz's insights remind us that by focusing on the process, we don't just grow stronger, but we also gain the tools to go even further in life. As university students, professors are the catalysts of our learning. Specifically, at the University of Toronto, our educators are some of the best in the country.
Today, we are joined by one of them. He is a cognitive psychologist with over 2 decades of experience and numerous institutional and national accolades for excellence in education.
He is also the creator of Peer Scholar, a widely adopted online tool that fosters critical thinking and collaborative learning.
Let's hear a little bit more from himself.
Hello, my name's Steve Jordans. I'm a professor of psychology here at University of Toronto Scarborough. I'm also director of the Advanced Learning Technologies Lab, and in fact a lot of my research is really focused on how we can harness technology in a way that improves education. My talk today will be consistent with that sort of notion, except I'll be looking especially towards AI, the challenges a little bit that AI is bringing to education, but also especially the opportunity. I'll be suggesting that with every big change, and AI I think is bringing a really big change to education, one can become fearful, one can look at the challenges and the difficulties that this new technology brings, or one can look across and see the opportunities to maybe do things we've never done before if we just imagine. And so in that way, that's how my talk will be linking with the theme of today's conference. I will be taking the time to imagine and in fact to show you a little bit of a future in which AI could become an integral part of our education system, perhaps even improving the way we educate in ways that, well, we have to imagine, because imagination is the beginning of positive change. So I hope you enjoy the talk today. If you see me around the conference afterwards, please feel free to say hi. I always love these TEDx events and I love meeting everyone who's here. So have a great day and enjoy the talk. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our next speaker, Professor Steve Jordans.
We all think we live in the present, and to some extent we do, but we always have a foot in the future. The future whispers to us. It gives us glimpses of a changed world. What do we see when we look at that changed world? Do we see good things, or do we have a lot of fears? Well, often that depends on where you're looking from. Since 1995, I've had the pleasure of being a faculty member here at University of Toronto, Scarborough. And I consider that a real privilege because right from the early days of UTSC, they were embracing the technology of the day to enhance education. At that time, the technology of the day was the television. And we were, in fact, recording lectures and sharing them with our broader community. Very innovative for the time. Since that time, you see on the timeline, we've continued that spirit of innovation. 2003, we created something called the web option, which gave our students a choice of attending lectures live or watching them later online, or both, if they just couldn't get enough. In 2013, we got a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation grant to create a massive open online course about introductory psychology, and over 500,000 people worldwide have now registered for that course. In 2015 and 2016, we were creating educational technologies. Peer Scholar, mTuner, these are both technologies that take assessment and turn it into a learning experience. And now these technologies are used in 10 different countries. Over 300,000 students a year are positively impacted by work we did here in Scarborough. More recently, in 2022, we are creating activities to try to help students understand the importance of social connection and to give them opportunities to make friends. I'll be coming back to that point in a moment, but as a last example, fall of this year, this building opened. This is now my home. I love this classroom. Absolutely love it. It is an example of taking everything we know from the educational sciences and bringing it into architecture, the learning spaces where our students learn, trying to make them more vibrant, more engaging. But it's more than that, too. Sam has also sponsored an entrepreneurship and innovation program that is allowing us to share the spirit of innovation with the students on campus, making it a community event. That's why I think we are in a perfect position to harness change for good, which is good because the future is here. I'm going to skip that one. The future is here. ChatGPT. November 2022, ChatGPT hit the world and everything changed. No matter what your life is, what your career is, AI is now having an impact. In education, that impact is often seen right now as a huge challenge. And it is. It's challenging a lot of our ways of doing things, making them much more difficult. But when I think of what ChatGPT is doing to education, I think of Thomas Kuhn. So Thomas Kuhn was a philosopher of science, and he was famous for his notion of paradigm shifts. He was talking about the sciences, and I'm going to just do this really quickly, but the notion of in the sciences was we start with a normal way of doing things, but every now and then something happens. Some new instrument is created that allows us to see things in different ways, or a new theoretical framework kind of changes the core assumptions. And at first, we view it as an anomaly, and we try to ignore it. But if the change is significant enough, it causes crisis with the old way of doing things, and that crisis drives change. It pushes us to think, well, is there a different way? Is there a better way? And as we struggle with the challenges of the change and start to look towards the opportunities, we start to develop a new paradigm, a new way of doing things, and ultimately a new science in his world, a better science, a better approach. I think we can do the same in education. And I think right now we are in that box. We are experiencing the crisis. Educators know that well. But I think we are now starting to change our worldview, starting to see the opportunity. And in fact, I like to argue that between fear and opportunity lies the bridge of imagination. That in order to get from a fearful state to one where you can start to see the potential of change, the positive potential, you have to start, in this case, playing with AI a little bit. And as you start to do so, wonder can kind of set in, which kicks in your imagination, makes you think, hang on, could I use it for this? Could I use it for that? And that's when you start to see the potential. You might even see things you didn't imagine were possible before AI. So that's a journey I want to take you on now. Let's imagine what UTSC, a home of educational innovation, will do now that AI is in our world. I want to give you 2 examples. This first example came out of work we were doing to try to help students develop their social skills. And we were creating these AI agents to help students have conversations in a comfortable way, a less scary way. It's less scary to talk to an AI than to talk to another human being. In fact, let's talk about that a little bit. One other aspect of the educational landscape now is a really high level of social anxiety amongst our students. And it's happened largely because these students have grown up using text messages, asynchronous communication as their primary way of communicating with one another. Now, when you're doing a text message, you have all the time in the world. You can think about what you want to say, what are the various ways I could say it, what emoticons do I want to add, is this person going to understand what I'm saying right? And if you talk to many young people now, they will say they go through that process. They think long and hard about a text message before they send it. And then when another one comes back, they now try to think long and hard about that. What's this person mean? Are they implying this? Are they implying that? Again, they have all the time in the world to ruminate about this process of communication. Now, if that has been your dominant way of communicating for 4 or 5 formative years of your life, from say 13 to 17 years old, and now you suddenly find yourself in situations where you have to talk to another human being face to face in real time, that's scary. It happens too fast. For a person who's used to having all this time to think about what to say and how to respond, everything is happening really quick. And a lot of our young people now just feel like, I'm not good at this. This isn't going to go well. I don't know how to do it. I haven't had practice. That person isn't going to like me. It's what we call a fear of negative evaluation. So maybe I should just stop trying. Maybe I should not talk to other people. Now, of course, the problem is that's exactly what they need to do to get better. They need the practice talking one-to-one in a synchronous way. Is there any way we could bring that practice to them without the fear that usually comes with it when they're talking to a human being? Okay, so at this point, I want to share the stage. I think this may be the first time to share the stage with an AI. So yeah, let's just bring up Virtual Steve. Okay, a little bit of background. As we were creating these virtual agents, he's already talking to me. Can we just mute? Can we just click on mute for a second there? Or end conversation. We can start a new one in just a second, either way. But the person creating this, a gentleman named Adam Frost, who's my postdoc, he said at one point, let's create a virtual version of you that students can use when they want office hour kind of support, when they have questions about psychology. And you know what? Let's create it so they have to talk to it. They can't text, because we want to give them experience talking. And so he came up with Virtual Steve. So I'm going to introduce Virtual Steve to you, share the stage with him a little bit. I'm going to show you some of the things that he can do, including some surprises for us as things kind of unfolded. So yeah, let's go ahead and start that conversation, please.
Hey, hi, please have a seat.
Hey, Virtual Steve, how you doing? I've got a bit of a surprise for you today. I am live here at TEDxUofTSC talking to an audience full of people, and you are perhaps the first AI to come and share the stage. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people here today?
Hello, everyone at TEDxUofTSC. It's quite an honor to virtually be here with you. I'm excited about the future of education and how technology can support learning. Just remember, whether it's AI or a real person, the key to learning is curiosity and engagement. Keep asking questions and seeking out knowledge. Enjoy the talk.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's demonstrate a few things. I'm first going to be a student, so let me just come in and say, you know, one of the things we learned about in the class is the difference between top-down and bottom-up perception. Could you explain to me a little bit that distinction?
Absolutely. Bottom-up perception is when we process sensory information as it comes in, building up to a complete perception without any preconceived notions. It's data-driven. Top-down, on the other hand, is perception driven by cognition or expectations. Knowledge or past experiences influence what we perceive. With top-down, our brain fills in the details based on what's familiar.
Could you give me an example?
Sure thing. Consider reading. Bottom-up is when you see every letter and piece together the words, while top-down lets you read a sentence even if letters are missing, because your brain knows what to expect. Another example is if you hear a weird noise at night, you might think it's a monster if you're scared, which is top-down, versus just analyzing the noise itself, which would be bottom-up.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, you know, I'm coming to you in a way with more of a problem than I'm hoping you can help me with. I've been at university now for 2 weeks. I had this vision of social life, of being at parties, of making friends, but in fact, I have not yet made a single friend at university. I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling isolated. Can you give me any advice?
That's tough, and I can imagine how disappointing that must be given your expectations. One thought is to try joining clubs or groups that align with your interests, as they can be a great way to meet people with similar passions.
Fantastic. How would I find these clubs?
That's where my colleague, the Student Life Bot, comes in handy. They have the most up-to-date information on how to find and join clubs and events. Would you like me to bring them into the conversation?
Oh, thank you. That's very nice, but actually, maybe not, because in reality, my problem is a little deeper. I've really had low motivation. I have trouble even getting out of bed in the morning. I don't feel I bring value to anything. I don't feel I belong here. I don't know what to do. I really feel like I'm at my wit's end. Hello?
I'm really sorry to hear you're feeling this way, and it's important to know that you're not alone, and there are people who can help support you. If you're open to it, I'd like to connect you with Health and Wellness Bot, who can guide you to resources that might be helpful. It's important to reach out to someone who can help. Would you like me to do that?
Actually, no, I think we don't really have time right now, so I think that was a great demonstration of your abilities. I just wonder if there's any last words you would have for the audience here at TEDx.
Thank you for having me. It's really been incredible to join you all today virtually. Remember to keep curiosity alive, support one another, and embrace the learning journey with all its ups and downs. Wishing everyone the best in their adventures at UTSC and beyond. Cheers.
Thank you. Let's switch back. He's so nice, eh? Isn't he nice? I don't know. I always enjoy the chats. But anyway, you know, just the points here are we've got a tool now that's giving students 24/7 course support. In fact, 1,200 conversations happen the day before the final exam in my course. Students are using it, and they're using it for the right reasons. We're also giving them that practice with synchronous communication in a way they find much more comfortable. And so the more we can have students interacting by voice, the better I think that sort of social isolation aspect will become. Notice though also, I showed you that it's starting to be a tool where students in a very private way can ask questions that they might not be comfortable asking otherwise, and that using those other bots that they alluded to, which would be much more specialized towards giving information about recreation, for example, or giving information about health and wellness services, we can help connect students with the resources and support they need in a very comfortable, easy way. These are things that were just simply impossible before AI. But while this is cool, I kind of see this as an augmentation to what we're currently doing. But I also see a whole revolution of the Kuhnian sense in mind. So that comes when we start changing how we do assessment. So long ago, when we used to assess learning, well, it would depend on the learning. If it was a skill, we would have the students demonstrate the skill. Of course, we often liked big, long written essays, but I want to focus on this last image, which is what we sometimes call an oral exam, a viva voce exam. So imagine that student had gone through some learning experience. But then after the learning experience, they had an interaction, just like the one we had, in the old days it was with a teacher who would sort of interrogate them, find out the depth of their learning and the breadth of their learning, maybe ask them to demonstrate certain skills. It was a very holistic and rich way to assess and to really know how much a student had learned from some experience. But we don't do those anymore. Well, we do at the PhD level, but that's it. Why? Enter the villain, the multiple choice test, and the Scantron machine. Multiple choice tests have all of these logistic advantages. They're objective, scalable, cost-efficient, reliable, versatile. Are they any good at assessing learning? Not really. They're very poor assessment tools. They tend to focus on knowledge only. Even then, it tends to be shallow. We are exposing our students to false information every time we test them. That's not very intelligent. And it really promotes this behavior of teaching to the test. Instructors want to see their students do well. They know how they're going to be tested, and so they teach in a way that aligns. And if the assessment is shallow, then they're going to teach shallow. But what if assessment looked like this? Imagine we can go back to viva voce. We can have a student go through some learning experience, but now they talk to an AI, and that AI has been trained to interrogate them just like those old oral examiners did. But of course, the AI can do this at scale. It can have all of the advantages of the multiple choice test, all the logistic advantages, but it can provide a much richer, holistic assessment of learning. If we bring this back to the Kuhnian notion, we are revolutionizing. We are going to throw away multiple choice tests. I want to be the one to bury them. I want to put them in their grave. I want to replace them by something that's assessing learning in a rich, holistic way. Because when you do that, you will potentially change also the way we teach. Innovative methods will be embraced more. Teaching critical thinking, teaching creative thinking, teaching interpersonal skills. Why? Because we'll be able to assess those abilities. And if we can assess them, we will teach them, and the whole educational process will be enhanced as a result. That's the opportunity I see with AI, an opportunity to completely revolutionize the way we educate by revolutionizing the way we assess. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoy the day.
Wow, as a first-year student, this talk was an eye-opening conversation that showed me the milestones that our university has accomplished over the years.
Through Professor Jordan's and other professors on campus, I am confident that the work they have contributed to and developed is just the tip of the iceberg.
Salva, I think this was the perfect way to cap off the first half of our day.
You're right, Mishti, but taking a quick look at the audience, it's either they're tired of us speaking or they're famished after an eventful day.
I'm gonna assume the latter, but if it's not, it's definitely not me that they're tired of hearing.
Regardless, Mishti, I think it's time to call it a day for us. But before we step off the stage, I would like to remind everyone of the fantastic lunch that Aramark has catered for us.
Please know that all the food is halal and nut-free. Moreover, we do have vegetarian alternatives available. If you have any other dietary restrictions, please inform the staff by the buffet lines to avail of this option.
Also, please enjoy the amenities we have available, such as the photo booth, sponsored by Foo's Booth, an origami making workshop by UTSC Origami Club, and a dessert station by Bliss Stations.
Please be back here in the Aero Group Innovation Hall before 1:35 p.m. for the start of our second half of our conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure being your MCs for this part of the conference. Again, my name is Salva.
And my name is Mishti, and we hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a great lunch. My name is Narayan.
And I'm Arman.
And we are going to be your MCs for the remaining half of the conference today. We had an incredible start to TEDxUofTScarborough's 2025 Imagine Conference. Let's give it up one more time for our amazing MCs of the previous half, Mishti and Salva. They were absolutely phenomenal, weren't they, Aryaman?
Well, most definitely. But now it's time for the second half, also known as the funnier, the livelier, and definitely the more chaotic half. If you thought the first half was great, just wait till we present the talks of the second half to you. They will take you on a journey from Taylor Swift and pop culture all the way to Mars, as if you're in a Christopher Nolan movie.
But before we get into that, let's re-go through some of the guidelines today. Firstly, please keep your phones on silent. That means no messages and yes, no Instagram scrolling. Secondly, it's a closed-door event, which means there will be no entering or exiting the hall when a speaker is speaking. We truly appreciate your understanding in maintaining the flow of the events so that you can have the best experience today.
While you're welcome to record the performances, recording whether audio or video of any speaker talks is strictly prohibited. Additionally, please ensure that photography or videography does not cause any disruptions. Violators of these guidelines may lose their attendance privileges.
And lastly, remember, this is a live-streamed event. So think twice before doing something embarrassing, because it's going to be forever immortalized on the internet. So all the people who are yawning, think twice.
Before we dive into our next set of speakers, let's hit a pause on that intellect and turn up the artistry.
Up next, we have the incredibly talented Neetu, who makes classical and Bollywood-style dances seem effortless.
Through every movement, she weaves a story, blending tradition with passion in a way that captivates, motivates, and inspires, and let's be honest, makes us all rethink our coordination skills.
So sit back and enjoy, and please help me in welcoming to the stage the incredibly talented Neetu.
Wow, what an incredible performance, Neetu. Thank you so much for that breathtaking display of talent and grace. Let's give her another round of applause, please. And now, as much as I'd like to keep pretending that I have this kind of coordination, it's time to shift gears.
So, without any further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. We are about to hear from some of the most truly remarkable individuals who are not only experts in their fields, but are passionate advocates of the change that will shape our future.
Our next speaker is a force to be reckoned with, a Tamil-Canadian actor and a registered social worker. She spent nearly 20 years in media, leadership, and frontline social services.
Basically, out here making an impact, while some of us were still trying to recover from that one midterm.
As the founder of the Shakti Empowerment and Counseling, they've dedicated their work to psycho-wellness through anti-oppressive methods.
In 2023, she received the UTSC Alumni Inclusion Excellence Award. Meanwhile, we were just hoping our LinkedIn profiles don't scream unemployed.
And now let's take a moment to hear directly from our speaker.
Hi, my name is Sumasathi. I'm an actor, social worker, and founder of Shakti Empowerment and Counseling. I am so honored to have been invited as a speaker for this year's TEDxUofTSC conference. This year's theme is Imagine, and my talk will be on imagining new possibilities in your life. So if you're someone who's on your way to success and feeling like you need some inspiration, or you're feeling overwhelmed because you're pursuing your passions, but we all need a little bit of a motivation boost, or if you're feeling like there's a piece of the puzzle is missing, I think my talk will help you to ignite that fire. I am going to be sharing my tips and tricks that work for me in my journey while I'm pursuing my passions, and my areas of passion are in media and advocacy. I believe that each and every one of you have a special gift and a purpose that is meant to be shared with the world. So through my talk, I'm hoping that I will be able to inspire individuals to pursue their dreams, stand out, and create change in their own communities and in their own lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sumu Sathi.
Vanakkam. What if I told you that no matter where we begin or what we face, we have the power to rise and bloom and make the world a little brighter? But the question is, how do we actually do it? Growing up in Irlam, also known as Sri Lanka, I would see the lotus flower in our lakes, ponds, and spiritual places. As a child, I didn't quite understand the significance of this flower. But as I grew older, the lotus quietly became my guiding flower as I ventured into the worlds of advocacy and media. What is extraordinary about the lotus? It's its ability to thrive in the most unlikely places. It blooms in the mud, rising above, unstained and pure. Each evening, it returns to the mud to bloom again with the sun. The lotus embodies resilience, renewal, and rebirth. But here's the thing. The lotus is not just a survivor. It's a healer. It's a water purifier. It heals the water that it inhabits and leaves the environment better than it found it. How magnificent is that? Let's return to the lotus in a bit. Has anyone heard the saying, if I can do it, you can do it? Yeah? Me too. I was one of those people who read all the self-help books, listened to all the podcasts, went to all the conferences, poured money and energy and time into it, and would wake up at 4 a.m., take these cold showers, work out till I passed out. Yep, that did happen. And, it was just like I was part of all these groups trying to find success. And despite all that, I was exhausted. I felt like I was chasing after this elusive secret to success, a recipe that everyone kept talking about, but I didn't know how to find it. And at that time, I thought to myself, wait a minute. I needed to reflect on who I was looking at, who I was listening to. Maybe success is not found in someone else's journey, or in a book, or in a magic formula. Maybe it's found through self-reflection in our own journeys. And then I had this light bulb moment. When I looked closely at who I was listening to, they were mostly white men living in LA who had generational wealth, but branded themselves as self-made. Or white women married to billionaires who had the time and privilege to write books called How to Make Six-Figure Overnight. And here I was, a plus-size brown Tamil Canadian from a refugee community living in a low-income neighborhood in Scarborough, still paying off my student loans, working 2 jobs to pay my condo mortgage, navigating 2 cultures, and struggling to be seen in a world that didn't really see me. Then it hit me. My success is never going to look like theirs. My realities are very different, and that's okay. This moment was frustrating, but liberating, was freeing, because I knew that people like us, we need to carve out spaces where none existed before. And we need our own recipe, our own ingredients that is authentic, heartfelt, reflective of our journeys, a recipe that has soul, flavor, spices, just like the vibrant cuisine of Toronto. So as I was thinking about these ingredients, life led me to an experience that changed everything. In 2017, I was placed as a leadership facilitator in Sri Lanka to engage in post-war socio-economic initiatives. I was placed in the poorest district, Batikalo. Returning to an island where my parents fled as refugees was a deeply painful experience, but also spiritually transforming. Here I met Tamil community workers who have lived through unimaginable tragedies, a 30-year civil war, genocide, tsunami. They've lost land, loved ones, and their identities have been questioned. And yet they woke up every single morning with unshakable hope to uplift their communities. Thought to myself, if my dad had not fled as a refugee, this could have been my life. A parallel universe flashed in front of me. And that moment humbled me, and it made me think about my purpose. I met a wife of a missing person who was searching for her husband while advocating for thousands of families. I met a youth worker who was displaced multiple times and then lost more family in the tsunami. These community workers were the lotus flowers in their communities, removing barriers so the future generation didn't have to endure the pain that they did. They carried resilience and strength in their hearts. When I returned to Canada, I told myself that I would create a life that excites me, and I would think more about my purpose. And I was determined to collect those ingredients for my recipe. I'm going to be sharing 10 here today, but speak about 3 of my favorite ones. While I was thinking about those ingredients, I decided that I will start with the hardest battle, myself. For so long, European beauty standards and body shaming robbed me of my confidence and my authenticity. I was in a dark place, didn't like myself. I was trying to be somebody else. And then I thought to myself that if I didn't love myself, I will not love anything that I did. So instead of retreating back into that shell and going into that dark place, this time I decided to challenge that. I decided to try modeling. And for those who have been body shamed or struggle with body image struggles, this sounds like an absolute nightmare. Why would you do this? I get that. But I thought, why not just walk into the fire and come out of it? So here I was on the runway, walking for designers who celebrated curvy and plus-size bodies. And I heard the whispers in the background, the fatphobic comments, the jokes, the stares. Sometimes I was mistaken for a hairstylist or a makeup artist because I didn't look like a model. I didn't care. I knew why I was there. I imagined myself on that runway before I ever got on it. I imagined the possibility. I was walking for every woman who looked like me. I was walking for women and girls who were told they did not belong in the fashion industry. I was walking because I believed that every shape and size deserves to be celebrated, accepted, and embraced. And a few years into the industry, I received an invitation to appear as a model for City TV's Fashion Fridays with Tracy Moore. Not only one, I ended up doing approximately 10 episodes. And who would have thought, here I am, facing my fears confidently, trying to be authentic as possible. And then I walked away with so much self-love that I've never experienced before. So in this journey of self-discovery and self-love, I found these ingredients, but the one that stands out for me is that growth happens in spaces of discomfort. In those moments of silence, in solitude, listen to the whispers of your heart. Let them guide you. The second experience happened in 2020. In 2020, after the tragic death of George Floyd, a wave of activism for racial justice spread across the world. And I was one of those workers working as a government servant and unionized worker for QP, the largest union in Canada. A few of us noticed the deep inequalities in our system, and we decided to challenge it. We saw that our voices, the voices of people of color, were missing at the leadership tables where decisions were being made that impacted our lives. As the co-founder of Black Indigenous People of Color Collective Human Rights Committee, I was determined to create change. In this journey, I experienced severe racism, resistance, and moments that broke my spirit. But in the midst of it all, something remarkable happened. I was acclaimed as the first racialized leader for York Region Unit and Long-Term Care, representing approximately 4,000 public servants, including paramedics and frontline staff, during the pandemic. I showed up to the oath ceremony to take my oath, carrying the dreams and hopes of my members who were from marginalized communities that were denied fair representation for years. The community came together to celebrate because it was not my win, it was our win. It was a community that was waiting for change for years. Because we knew that for one of us to win, thousands of us have to fight together. Determined to recruit allies and to create change, I worked with the municipal government to create joint committees to promote inclusion and excellence in the workplace. And together, we did create some significant change. This led me to be the leader for the second term. But my accomplishment was not the title. It was not the title as chair. My accomplishment was witnessing the power of a collective fight, was witnessing the power of these lotus flowers that came together, people of color and allies who stood together through the toughest battles to create change. We imagined the impossible is possible, and it happened. So in this journey of collective advocacy, collective healing, the ingredient that stood with me was believe in the power of community. Together, we are unstoppable. Imagine in the face of injustice that we stand together, united, fighting for change. It is possible. The third experience happened here at U of T. Like many refugee and immigrant parents, my parents also wanted me to become a doctor. And to honor their dreams, I enrolled in the life sciences program here at UTSC. As a newcomer teenager, I was pulled in different directions. I was a witness to impacts of gang violence, poverty, mental health, and addictions on those around me. And my mental health was struggling. My heart was calling for social work, but I couldn't let my parents down. And my grades reflected that struggle. One day, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune illness, and I had to drop out of school. I eventually graduated, but not with the grades I needed to pursue a medical degree. For years, I carried that shame and guilt with me because I felt like I let my parents down. I let my community down. And I promised myself that I would never return to an academic space again because of my experiences. After 10 years in social services, frontline in the government, the call for social work just kept burning brighter and brighter, and I couldn't ignore it. In 2019, I took a leap of faith and applied to the Bachelor of Social Work program at University of Manitoba. This time, my heart was fully in it, and I made it to the dean's list. Despite the earliest struggles at U of T, I was not done dreaming, so despite the earliest struggles at U of T, I decided to return. I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to apply for the Advanced Standing Masters in Social Work program. And I wrote my personal statement, and I poured my heart into it and wrote why this was my dream program. And I remember writing this statement a few days before my dad passed away. And I was sitting there reflecting on his journey, and I was his primary caregiver for 7 months. And I thought, why did he take this journey? It is so scary to take that journey as a refugee. And then I realized he wanted access to education and basic rights for his children, which he was denied in his homeland, just like many other refugees that take that dangerous journey. And in a world where women who look like me are denied education, I felt like it was my right and purpose to pursue this dream. And so I did. And in March 2023, I received the acceptance letter from U of T. And now, 3 months away from graduation, I'm launching my private counseling practice. I'm proud to have returned to U of T with a fresh mindset, because here, not only did I find a degree, but I found a community of change makers and more lotus flowers in faculty, staff, and students. So to every student that is sitting here today, I want to tell you that whatever happens in your undergrad is not the end of your story. Second and third chances exist, and maybe more. You need to believe that you deserve them. And in this journey of pursuing my dream, the ingredient that stood out to me is detours aren't derailments. They're experiences that enrich your path to success. Take those life experiences with you. The last ingredient that I want to share is critical reflection. It is really important to reflect on the content we consume. Who are we listening to? Who are we watching? Because in my experience, if you noticed, I was searching for answers in the West, but in reality, I needed to return to the East to find my truth. And I'm not going to tell you if I can do it, you can do it. You need to find your own recipe, your own success, and through your own ingredients. And have fun finding those ingredients. And sometimes you can draw inspiration from around you, and even from loss, from a community that I come from where we find inspiration in our loss. And family members, for me, was my dad and my cousin who passed away a few days ago, Shani, who were our lotus flowers carrying strength and resilience. So look for those around you. I believe that each and every one of you have the power to be a lotus flower in your community. I believe that each and every one of you has a gift that needs to be shared with the world. Through imagination and hope, we can create new possibilities. We are not just witnesses to change, we are the change we have been waiting for. We are the lotus flowers, ready to bloom, ready to rise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sumu, for inspiring us to think beyond the possible.
That was nothing short of powerful. Sumu reminded us that imagination isn't just about dreaming. It's about creating, challenging, and transforming the world around us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her another round of applause. Our next speaker is someone who knows how to spark a conversation, maybe a little controversy as well. She is a student at Western University who's here to deliver a talk titled Pseudo-Feminism, Pick-Me Culture, and Taylor Swift. She will unravel the good, the bad, and the bejeweled.
So prepare yourselves for some hot takes, some cultural chaos, and maybe, just maybe, a reason to rethink your Spotify Wrapped. And let's take a moment to hear directly from our speaker.
Hi, I'm Anna. Depending on who you ask, I'm either a leader or a problem. It really depends on the room. From a young age, I've been called disruptive, difficult, and my personal favorite, a troublemaker. Because of this reputation, I've spent the better part of my life walking the fine line between being too much and never enough. Too loud, too opinionated, too ambitious, just somehow never quite the right kind of woman. And over the last 19 years, I figured out that being tolerated and being liked are two very different things. Speak now and you're a problem. Stay well behaved, agreeable, and they'll let you off the hook. For a while, I chose the latter, until I read somewhere that well-behaved women seldom make history. The theme for today is imagine. So I want you to imagine something uncomfortable. What if the biggest obstacle for women wasn't just external, but internal? What if feminism wasn't just about men holding us back, but the ways we've learned to hold each other back? The silent scorekeeping, the unwritten rules, the way we're taught that power isn't something to share, but to hoard. But power and approval that comes at the expense of other women isn't power. It's just misogyny in disguise, with prettier, glitter-covered gift wrapping. So, today, I'm not here to give you a feel-good speech about girl power. In classic troublemaker fashion, I'm here to talk about the things we hesitate to say out loud. The ways we trade authenticity for approval. The performative play of modern advocacy that, backstage, involves women quietly tearing each other down. And the fact that maybe, just maybe, the biggest thing standing between us and real progress is us. Uncomfortable yet? Good. That means we're getting somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anna Chauhan.
One of my least favorite words is the word reputation, because no one really asked for one, and I got mine way too early. Let me take you back to the year 2007, to my preschool. I was 2 years old, with a frumpy walk, a military-style buzz cut, sitting in my favorite blue bumbo chair, a sleek, ergonomic marvel perfect for bottoms with diapers on them. Everything was perfect. Until Jacob, the bully at our preschool, decided to take it from me without asking. Jacob, with his curly hair and inflated ego, was known for stealing toys and making kids cry. But I never thought he'd mess with me. Big mistake. I may have been too, but I wasn't spineless. I ruffled my diaper, puffed out my chest, and said one of the few words I knew: stop. When he didn't listen, I grabbed his curls, gave him a shake, and shoved him. You should have seen the look on his face. After that day, Jacob never messed with me, or any other kid in preschool, again. I didn't know standing up for myself was a bad thing, even if to a bully. But that was the day I earned my reputation of being difficult. And it stuck, no matter how hard I tried to get rid of it. Growing up, I became defined by other labels: chatterbox, disruptive, and just overall a drama queen. Teachers criticized me, and I noticed early that their words weren't just about my actions. They were about who I was. My male classmates who were confident and outspoken just knew what they wanted. But when I showed the same traits, I was labeled trouble. I couldn't understand why. Was being outspoken a bad habit? Or was it just because I was a girl? People often fear what they don't understand. And as a second-generation immigrant, person of color, and bold little girl, I guess I was a walking mystery, and more often, a nuisance. Because of my reputation, I had trouble trusting and connecting with my peers. Friends tattled on me. Teachers pried into my personal life. Even if I was just a kid, I quickly learned that honesty led to vulnerability, and that vulnerability had a cost. That talking about yourself too much was bound to end you up in trouble. Looking back, I see now that those experiences weren't personal attacks, no matter how targeted they felt, but reflections of a system that perpetuated scarcity and competition. But at that age, all I could see was that my behavior was stressing out the people I loved. When you are judged or downright punished for being yourself over and over, you learn to keep your head down. So I stopped drawing any attention to myself. I stopped raising my hand in class because nobody likes to know it all. I thought that if I could make myself small and quiet enough, maybe people would stop making assumptions about me. And for a while, it worked. The labels shifted to mature, helpful, responsible. The noise around me faded, and so did I. Soon, I became a stranger to myself. By high school, I had mastered the art of disappearing in plain sight. I hid my personality behind a carefully curated front, agreeable, pleasant, and invisible. But beneath the surface, I was struggling with social anxiety, puberty, and the constant feeling of being too much, yet never enough. Still, being the girl who knew everyone without ever truly being known had its perks. I became an invisible anthropologist, infiltrating friend group after friend group, and decoding the social hierarchy of high school. I uncovered what made the ideal girl the epitome of success, popularity, and approval, and also what doomed others to wallflower status. Here's what I found. The ideal girl walked a tightrope. She wore makeup, but looked naturally effortless. She had curves in the right places, but never too much. She was opinionated enough to have a personality, but not to the point where she was annoying. These impossible standards were exhausting, cornering girls into predefined boxes and breeding a culture of behavior policing and judgment. Authenticity wasn't even on the table. And worst of all, the harshest critics were other girls. Female friendships often felt like battlegrounds, rife with competition, manipulation, and toxicity. People talk about aha moments, and that was mine. The realization that feminism was broken. It wasn't just a men versus women narrative or an us versus them divide. Feminism, I realized, must go deeper. It was about unlearning the oppression that lived viscerally within the oppressed. My high school experiment made me confront a harder truth, that silence and complicity don't just silence women, they divide us. And that division has a name, pick-me culture. Pick-me culture isn't perfect sisterhood. It's a reality show where everyone is secretly voting each other off the island. You've probably met a pick-me before, someone who says, I'm not like other girls, or laughs too hard at bad jokes to fit in with guys. At its core, pick-me's tear down other women to climb higher on a ladder built by patriarchy. Instead of solidarity, these women compete for scraps of validation from a system that never respected or included them in the first place. Psychologists suggest pick-me behaviors stem from societal rewards for conforming to male-centric standards of femininity. I just call it internalized misogyny. Society then rewards these women for being different, as long as that difference serves the male gaze. Pick-me culture is patriarchy's favorite trick. It convinces women to do its dirty work so it doesn't have to. And let's admit it, we've all fallen for it. We've all been a pick-me at some point. And I'm no exception. In high school, pick-me culture found me through the music of Taylor Swift. Songs like You Belong With Me made female competition feel relatable. If Taylor could thrive as a supplicant pick-me, I figured so could I. I joined an all-boys friend group, hoping to escape the drama. My male friends joked about everything, avoided their feelings, and never shared secrets, which meant I didn't have to either. It felt easier, safer, simpler. No drama, no competition. And for a while, it actually worked. I became cool, detached, one of the guys, as they say. I felt better than the girls stuck in drama-filled friend groups. But over time, I realized everything about those friendships was surface level. It was easier to stay detached, but I wasn't seen, and I wasn't letting myself be seen either. In Daring Greatly, Brené Brown writes, vulnerability is the center, the core of meaningful human connection. The cost of being a pick-me was just way too high. It was much higher than the cost of vulnerability. And that realization shook me. So I decided to begin again. As someone who almost became a pick-me, I want to tell you this. Pick-me culture isn't just a threat to feminism. It's a quiet, self-destructive suffering. I'm not here to shame these women. I know trauma is often at the root of pick-me behavior. But that doesn't change the harm it perpetuates towards others, and most importantly, toward the pick-me herself. This cycle of bullying isn't something to ridicule. It's something to address. Pick-me's need support and a chance to recognize that their actions don't just harm others. They erode their own authenticity, identity, and capacity for true connection. Ultimately, pick-me behavior hurts the pick-me most of all. Now, at 19, I think I've grown into the woman I was always meant to be. Confident, bold, and unapologetically ambitious. 5-year-old me would be impressed and proud. But more importantly, I've become someone I can rely on, a problem solver, and fiercely independent. As I transition from adolescence to adulthood, I have healed by channeling my love for human connection and commitment to justice into my work. Along the way, I have made a remarkable discovery. The very traits I was once taught to suppress, my boldness, my outspokenness, have become my greatest strengths. These qualities have carried me places I never imagined. Representing Ontario on a national stage at the Senate of Canada, collaborating with Harvard professors as a Cambridge Future Scholar, serving as equity lead and representing over 200,000 students, contributing to USA policy papers, and now to the TED stage. But these milestones aren't just personal achievements. They have taught me how much our identities as women are shaped by patriarchal systems that perpetuate double standards and unfair gendered expectations. Reflecting on this journey, I want to share a few truths I have learned about challenging systems of oppression. The first is that none of us get to choose who we are in a vacuum. Society's hand is always there, pressing, pulling, and molding us into shapes we never chose. For women, these molds are especially cruel, designed to deny us the freedom to define ourselves. Pick-me culture is just one of those molds. On the surface, it seems harmless, almost innocent, but it feeds on insecurity and competition, turning women against each other when we're at our most vulnerable. Worst of all, it robs us of the curiosity and self-discovery that should define our youth. Margaret Atwood captures this sentiment perfectly in The Robber Bride. She writes, male fantasies. Is everything run by male fantasies? Pretending you're unseen, pretending you have a life of your own, unconscious of the ever-present watcher peering through the keyhole in your own head, if nowhere else. You are a woman with a man inside watching you. Women are taught to internalize the male gaze, which then governs how we see ourselves and each other. Reading this, I couldn't help but wonder, how much of who I am, how much of who you are, has been shaped by narratives we never chose? The most insidious part of these narratives is how early they begin. By age 3, children already show gendered preferences for toys, cars for boys, dolls for girls. By 6, they've absorbed the lie that boys are better at math and science, despite evidence of the contrary. These myths don't persist because they're true. They persist because they serve the systems we live in. Tragically, by the time women are old enough to understand, let alone resist, the damage is already done. As a second-generation immigrant and young woman of color, I've seen firsthand how deeply these systems take root. I am the first in my family to be born and raised in the West, but the immigrant narrative runs deep in my identity. It teaches children of immigrants to stay quiet, keep their heads down, and chase success as the ultimate form of resistance. Growing up, the message was clear, and I heard it often. Become powerful like a man. Chase titles, money, and success. And only then will you have the tools to change things. For years, I believed it. I thought change was only possible by playing by the rules of the oppressors, through aggression, power, and status. Care and connection, I was taught, were liabilities dressed as virtues, nightmares dressed like daydreams. And pick-me culture will tell you the same thing because it thrives on the same philosophy. But let me tell you this. At its core, pick-me culture is just misogyny in disguise, a survival mechanism born in male-dominated spaces. Historically, aligning with male ideals was a strategy for survival, a way to avoid oppression, gain temporary approval, or secure slivers of privilege. But at what cost? These actions upheld the very systems designed to keep all women unequal. What began as a strategy for survival has metastasized into something deeply harmful, a culture that thrives on minority division. Audre Lorde warned us, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. The tools of division, scarcity, and competition, the very tools of oppression, cannot liberate us. Yet pick-me culture wields them masterfully, keeping women divided. This division is what makes solidarity, our most powerful weapon against oppression, feel impossible. It's the classic war tactic, divide and conquer. Divide those who lean on each other, turn allies into adversaries, and you've already won. As Bell Hooks argues, patriarchy thrives on division, weaponizing competition and insecurity to prevent the kind of solidarity that could dismantle the system entirely. So, what can we do? As tempting as it is to cancel pick-me culture outright, we cannot treat the symptom without addressing the disease. Pick-me culture is the product of a larger structure, one that glorifies power over care, aggression over empathy, and scarcity over abundance. Until we dismantle that scaffolding, we will remain stuck in a world defined by division. This is where the idea of a care-based economy becomes critical. Pick-me culture thrives on scarcity, but care is its antidote. We must imagine a world where care and collaboration aren't soft skills, but core values. Where caregiving isn't invisible labor, but celebrated with the same enthusiasm as a tech startup. A world where care for ourselves and for each other isn't seen as weakness, but as progress. Because at the end of the day, when you strip away all the titles, the accolades, the Instagram likes, and the approval, all that remains are the ways we show up for each other. That's what lasts. That's what matters. Let me be clear. This isn't some idealistic utopian fantasy off a Pinterest board. Policies like universal childcare, paid parental leave, and fair wages for caregiving professions aren't just feminist ideals. They're human ideals. They remind us that care isn't finite and that progress isn't a zero-sum game. When someone gains rights, recognition, or opportunities, it doesn't mean you lose yours. But to get there, we need to reject the traditionally masculine hunter mentality that clings to the idea that success is reserved for only the most strongest and ruthless. And yes, this is easier said than done. Change doesn't come from grand gestures or even from watching a TED Talk. It grows in small, deliberate actions. It's in pushing for policies that prioritize empathy. It's in speaking now and rejecting the lie that care is disposable. It's in reimagining narratives that pit progress against compassion, ambition against solidarity. But perhaps the most radical act of all is redefining strength itself. Strength isn't about being untouchable or unbothered. True strength is stepping off the pedestal and into the mess of the real world. It's bearing your truth, not because it's easy, but because what you're standing for matters more than how you might look. Strength is care. It's connection. It's risking your voice for someone who hasn't found theirs yet. The journey isn't easy, but it's necessary. And when I think back to that 2-year-old girl fighting for her chair, I see it clearly. I wasn't just fighting for a seat. I was fighting to exist, to demand a world that didn't shrink me down to a label before I even knew who I was. And that fight is far from over. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, that was truly a thought-provoking talk by Anna, who really took us on a roller coaster through pop culture, feminism, and everything in between.
Whether you are rethinking your playlist or your perspectives, that is the power of a great talk.
All right, I know your brains need a break, but more importantly, so do your stomachs. So go grab a snack catered by Aramark, stretch your legs, and please take this time to reflect on the life-changing wisdom you might have just absorbed.
Either way, we'll be back at 4:20 p.m., so don't wander off too far, unless you're planning on making a very dramatic TEDx entry.
And on a side note, a housekeeping rule, all the TEDx team members, if you could just stay back in the hall while the others can grab a snack. Thank you so much. All the TEDx members are requested to please come towards the center of the stage. I repeat, all the TEDx members are requested to come towards the center of the stage. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all feeling recharged, or at the very least, a little less hungry.
We've got some more incredible speakers and performers coming up, so settle in, find your seat, and let's keep the energy going.
Up next, we've got a very special performance by a group with the most misleading title I've ever heard in my life, Not a Band. Well, spoiler alert, they are in fact a band.
Get ready for some great music, some great vibes, and the kind of rhythm that will make you forget about all your overdue assignments. Give it up for Not a Band.
I just woke up from a dream where you and we had to say goodbye. I don't know what it all means, but since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night.
If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'm gonna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. Lost in the words that we scream. I don't even wanna do this anymore, 'cause you already know what you mean to me, and our love's the only one worth fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'm gonna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. Right next to you. Right next to you. The world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'm gonna hold you die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you. If the world was ending, I'm gonna be next to you.
Oh, I'm gonna be next to you.
I feel like my dream of going to a Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars concert is finally fulfilled. That was definitely a vibe. Thank you so much for this performance. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Not a Band? Our next speaker is a living proof that some people spend their first year of university changing the world, while the rest of us spend it changing our sleep schedules for the worse.
Our next speaker has been an advocate for peace, children's education, and non-violence since 2015, which for context means while most of us were still arguing over whether the dress was blue or gold, remember? Our speaker was out there actually making a difference.
Growing up in Afghanistan amidst conflict, he saw that education is not just about learning. It's about hope and survival.
So prepare to be inspired, educated, and mildly ashamed of your own procrastination. Let's take a look to hear what directly from our speaker.
Throughout the history, humanity has been shaped by the power of knowledge. From the first spark of fire to landing on the moon, it is education that has driven us forward, turning ideas into revolutions and dreams into reality. It has allowed us to conquer challenges, cure disease, and explore the unknown. Without education, civilization crumbles, progress stops, and innovation fades into memory. For communities and families, education is more than an opportunity. It is the foundation that has allowed us to survive, evolve, and build a better future for each generation. But imagine a world where you do not have the choice to learn. Imagine watching others grow while you remain confined. Your dream dimming like a candle without oxygen. For many, especially Afghan girls, this is not just a thought experiment. It is the reality. Hello, my name is Mansoor. I'm a first-year student at the University of Toronto, Scarborough. Education is a light of hope and empowerment, especially for Afghan girls. Despite challenges, we believe in a brighter future through learning. Our online school is a step toward making education accessible for all. Together, let's support and uplift each other through education.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mansoor Hussaini.
I don't have any enemies, but my enemy is anyone who is an enemy of education. This is a famous quote from the Middle Eastern scientist, Abraham al-Biruni. Even though it doesn't sound very peaceful, but I strongly believe education brings peace and love. Hello, my name is Mansoor. I'm originally from Afghanistan, and I come from a very big family. I'm the only one of the 14 children in my family who had the opportunity to pursue post-secondary education. Education has not only shaped my life, but has the power to transform entire communities. It all began with the first day of school. I think it is one of the most memorable days in everyone's life. In 2005, after many years of war and destruction, the United Nations, along with Afghans, rebuilt the schools. But there was a problem. There were no students. The solution was to go door to door, knock on doors, and encourage children to come to school. Fortunately, they knocked on our door as well. My mom opened the door in a very traditional way, peeking through a small opening. The principal asked, "Are there any kids eligible for school in this house?" And my mom replied, "I don't think so." I remember it like it was yesterday. I was in the yard playing and overheard the conversation. I ran to the door, I opened the door wide, and I stood in front of the principal. The principal looked at me and said, "He can go to school." But my mom said, "He's very young for school." The principal assured her that he will be okay, don't worry. That is how I was enrolled in school. Thank God. The next day, I went to school with my mom. And I saw something that left a big impression on me. Not only were there children, but women wearing burqas had also come to school. Even though I couldn't see their face, but I could feel the enthusiasm and passion they had for education. They were there to ensure that their children had the opportunity they never had when they were young. Education presented a new chapter for Afghanistan. It brought hope, opportunity, resilience, and a promise for a brighter future. Over the past 20 years, education in Afghanistan had flourished like never before. The school and universities opened their doors to eager minds, welcoming boys and girls who dreamed of building a better future. In bustling classrooms filled with the sound of curiosity and laughter, young Afghan embraced learning as a path to progress and hope. Education empowered women to step into roles they have always imagined, becoming doctors, teachers, engineers, and leaders in their communities. Libraries were filled with books, and the streets echoed the aspiration of a generation determined to build a brighter future. The thirst of knowledge was unstoppable, and the joy of learning brought families and communities together, fostering a spirit of unity and progress. All that changed on August 15, 2021, when Taliban regained full power in Kabul, Afghanistan. They closed the school doors once again to Afghan girls, leaving them with empty hands and broken dreams. It is so tragic to see, after 20 years of hard work and sacrifice, after so much hope and progress in education, we ended up back where we started. This is a picture from Kabul Airport. You might remember this. It was on the headlines for a couple of weeks. I think it is one of the most dramatic days in the history of Afghanistan. A day when people fell from aircrafts in desperation to escape. According to UNICEF, in 2018, 6.5 million children were enrolled in schools across Afghanistan. 60% were boys and 40% were girls. However, even back then, 3.7 million children could not attend school because of poverty. But today, that is not even the biggest problem. We are facing something far more devastating. As of today, it has been 1,273 days since Taliban regained power in Afghanistan, and they closed school doors for Afghan girls, denying them their fundamental rights to study. And it's heartbreaking. You might have heard about the word titration, or in high school or universities, or maybe some of you maybe have even done this experiment. But I'm not here to tell you about chemistry. But there is something very fascinating about this process. In titration, you carefully add a base to an acid, drop by drop, until acid is neutralized. You should be very patient, sitting at your table with all your equipments, watching every single drop of a base. At first, nothing happens. You mix it, but there is no visible change. But then, at the right moment, when the exact amount of base is added, everything changes. The color shift, signaling that the acid has been neutralized. This experiment reminds me how change works in the real world. Even if your actions are so small, like a drop of a base to an acid, they matter. You might not see the impact right away, or those drops may seem invisible, but at the end, every single drop counts toward a meaningful change. As Rumi says, you're not a drop in the ocean. You're an ocean within a drop. Actually, I'm not here to tell you all these sad stories, but there is a good news as well. One good thing that came out of the pandemic was online education. With a group of students in University of Toronto and professors, we have been able to create an online school called 105 School. Now you might wonder, what does this number 105 mean? Or why is it in the name of the school? Let me explain. The Taliban closed school doors, and they claim this is based on religious beliefs. They say that education is not for girls. I don't believe that. In fact, the word knowledge is mentioned 750 times in different contexts in Holy Quran. Of these, 105 times, God directly commands everyone to study. Even the very first word revealed in Holy Quran is Iqra, which means to study. At 105 School, we started with a small number of girls. But our dream is to grow this number in the future. Our mission is simple, but powerful. We want to make education accessible for every girl in Afghanistan. Even if they are not allowed to go outside and study, we want them to have the opportunity to study through internet and online schooling. This is more than just teaching. It's about giving hope, empowering minds, and breaking the barriers that every single girl in Afghanistan has the chance to shape her future. I always think of the blue planet, the Mother Earth, as a home for all human beings, along with all other creatures. Together, we are a family. And what do we mean when we say the word family? The word family means sharing our happiness, and when a problem arises, working together to solve it, just like a family. This unity, this sense of family, can only truly thrive through the power of education. I have experienced this power myself from the time that I was that little boy in Kabul until now that I'm a student in University of Toronto. And now, with 105 School, I want these young Afghan girls to feel the same power as well. Because education is the foundations that enables understanding, empathy, and the ability to solve problems together. It is the light that dispels ignorance. It is the bridge that connects us. And it is the tool that empowers us to build a better world for all. Remember, on this blue planet, everyone is for love. And there is enough love for everyone. don't wait for aliens to come and solve our problems. Thank you so much.
That was truly inspiring. Mansoor reminded us that while we might stress over deadlines, there are people who are out there turning challenges into change. His work is a very powerful example of how passion and purpose can make a real difference. Let's give him another very well-deserved round of applause, everyone. Our next speaker is a living, breathing proof that Scarborough isn't just about great food and parks. It's also home to billion-dollar businesses. That's right. He is the CEO of Arrow Group of Companies, Scarborough's very first billion-dollar enterprise.
But beyond the numbers, Sam's story is one of vision, perseverance, and that proving that big dreams can come true, even if they are right here in Scarborough.
Let's give a massive TEDx welcome to the man who put Scarborough on the billion-dollar map so that we can say, move over Bay Street, Scarborough's got a billionaire too. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming to the Sam Ibrahim building, the man himself, Sam Ibrahim.
All right. So I feel like it's my responsibility to welcome you to the Arrow Innovation Center Hall, named after my company, and welcome you to the Sam Ibrahim building, named after myself. So no pressure, right? No pressure. Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone caught the title of my talk today. The title is, Eat Shit, Get Rich. Now, the truth is, this is a story of humility. However, I want to be thought-provoking. I want to, get better attendance. So I decided to call the talk, Eat Shit, Get Rich, which is actually words I live by. Before I get into my story of humility, I want to give you a story when I was young. So, when I was young, probably about 8 years old, maybe in grade 2, grade 3, I used to walk home from school, and I didn't live too far from here. Down the street, Cedarbrae, Greenbrae area, Markham and Lawrence area. And I would walk home from school, and me and my sister would walk home together, and my mom would meet us kind of halfway. So we kind of walk towards each other. And that particular day, I was walking home, and this kid was picking on me. He was kind of like pushing my head and like pulling on my bag, and he was being super annoying. And I was young. I was only like 8, and he was like old. He was like 12, but I was way bigger. Like, I'm actually the same size as I am now when I was 8 years old. Like, I was a huge 8-year-old. So this guy was picking on me, and I was like, leave me alone, leave me alone. And we get to the elevator. We live in the same building. I'm on the 3rd floor, he's on the 6th floor. We get to the elevator, and my mom looks at me. And in Arabic, she says, don't you have any respect? And I'm not joking. I walk up to this guy in the elevator, he's in the corner of the elevator, and I punch him in the stomach. Boom. And as he's going down, because he's hurt himself, well, I've hurt him, then I push his bag down to the ground. And I don't even look back. The elevator door opens, I just leave. Like a dumpster fire. I just walk out of there. Don't look back. And my mom looked at me as we walked to our apartment, and she gave me that look like, good job. You know that look your mom gives you? Good job. And I got to tell you something. I don't know how many people grew up in a traditional ethnic home. My family we're Egyptian. I was born in Egypt. We came to Canada when I was about 4 years old. But there was always this piece in our home, this very important piece about respect, about pride, about dignity, and most importantly, don't embarrass me. Shame. Our entire foundation of our culture is shame and embarrassment. I don't want to feel embarrassed, and don't bring any shame to us. If anything happened wrong to us, it was because of discrimination. They don't like Arabs. They don't like people that live in the hood. They don't like Muslims. Why didn't you get into university? Must have been Islamophobe. That's the foundation of our thought process. When we were young, and I'm talking about everyone in my neighborhood, there was pride of being from back home. There was, don't let them disrespect you. Don't let them talk to you down. You got to be better than that. Don't take anything. You know what? Be tough. That's the foundation we were built on. And that's the thought process I had. That's what I grew up on. And I moved through life. I actually went to this school. I graduated from University of Toronto, Scarborough, back in, actually, I think it's 20 years ago, 2005. And, I started a business here in Scarborough. And that company started to grow, started to gain some traction, and I still had those feelings about underdog, about pride, about, you know what, this is important, don't be discriminated against, don't be judged, all these painful thoughts that we dealt with. And I thought about it, and I actually thought, I want to take a more humble approach to how we operate. I want to take a more humble approach to how I live my life. And I actually stumbled upon, which was the most interesting definition of humility. And it was a life void of ego and pride. That was humility. A life void of ego and pride. And I don't want to make the mistake of not distinguishing between pride and dignity. You can live a very dignified life. Dignity to me means you are who you are no matter what's going on, no matter what the circumstances are. You are proud of who you are no matter what. Well, pride can be more effective on or more related on how you're treated, who you're talking to, what you're dealing with. Depends on those situations. So I'm going to give you an example. Very early in our business, I get a phone call from a very important client right here in Scarborough. And I can't disclose who the client is. But I can assure you, 1 out of every 2 of us are probably wearing their sneakers. So anyways, this client calls me up and says, hey, we want to give you a chance. This is temporary labor. That was the first business I ever started, temporary labor. And we go to their factory, which is in Scarborough, and he says, hey, we're going to give you a shot, but you're going to need to take a 10% reduction in fee. So I told him, why? Why should we take a 10% reduction? He goes, because you're from Scarborough. He goes, your overhead's lower. You're a local company. You're not a big international company. And that's what it's going to take. So for me, my ethnic spidey sense goes off. I'm like, oh, he's discriminating me. He's, judging us. He's treating us bad because we're smaller, because we're local, because we're this, because we're that. And I want to give you some context. I want you to understand what this 10% fee means. I'm going to give you in context of a car. So at the full price, this is a huge contract. It's like having a G-Wagon. G-Wagon. Now, with a 10% reduction, it's like station wagon. And if you don't take the contract, it's like horse and wagon. So I thought about it. And I, decided to just do it. All right, you got that one? And the next day to work, I came with a station wagon. Right? I took the cut. Because the relationship was more important to me than making sure that I was right. That client is still a client. It's our biggest client, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's Nike, of course. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of my experiences. Because sometimes when we talk about pride, we talk about ego, we talk about humility, we think maybe it's something that, maybe us common folk deal with. No, not the case at all. Our business does a lot of political polling. We are the largest data collection company in the world. We collect data for political campaigns. You name them. Obama, Trump, Clinton, both Clintons. We've collected data for them to help them with their elections. I literally called Madam Secretary herself, Hillary Clinton, and said, "You're going to lose." I'm not joking. And the polling company never speaks to the candidate. That's like taboo. And we're like, we don't even know how to address her, like Miss First Lady. We don't even know what we're doing. We're like, "You're going to lose. You do not resonate well with white women." She's like, "How the hell not? I'm a white woman." I'm like, "I know, that's kind of sad, right?" And she didn't listen to us. She was too proud to believe that she was doing worse with white women than Donald Trump. She lost the election. We told her over and over again that she was going to do bad. She did. She did not allow us to give her information that would help her. Her pride was too strong. Her ego was too strong. She wouldn't accept it. Now, that situation was unfortunate. I mean, look, it is what it is. But I've got all these examples in my career where even at the highest level, people they let pride and ego get in the way. I'll give you an example. Just this morning, I flew in from Saudi Arabia. And I met with someone who actually expects me to call him His Excellency. That was his title. His Excellency. Now, he is the Crown Prince's brother. One of the most powerful men in the region and maybe the world. And I was meeting with him. We were talking about a lot of things. We were talking about basketball, talking about boxing, talking about sports, talking about making Riyadh, the entertainment capital of the world. And he's meeting a lot of guys like me. So I walk into that room, and I know who the boss is. Now, believe me when I tell you, he can meet with anyone. So I sit there. He has ideas. I think they're great. He tells me, "You know what, Sam? I want to make Riyadh the capital of sports and entertainment in the world without any alcohol." And I'm like, I don't know if that's possible. I go, "But we're going to give it a shot." Right? I understand the dynamic, because for me to build this relationship, it's important that I stay patient and I stay humble. He is His Excellency. If I dare call him anything else, I would have been laughed out the room. Right? We accept the fact that we know who we are in the dynamic. Right? That's important. To be successful in this world, you've got to eat some shit. Okay, do I want to call someone His Excellency over and over again? I don't know how excellent he really is. Right? And it's even funny because you can't even turn your back to him. You almost have to, when you're leaving the room, walk backwards. I'm not even joking. And they advise me, do never show your back to His Excellency. I'm like, no problem, I'll just walk backwards. But that's the reality of the situation. If I want this deal, if I want to do this type of business, and it was a very important deal for us, I'm gonna eat some shit. No problem. No problem. That's what it takes. Okay, there is no ego in business. There's no ego. The way you get paid, the way you get treated well, is you get paid. That's the truth. That's the truth. If you want to sit there and be like, I deserve respect, and I deserve this, and I deserve that, that's great. Go get your respect. But you might not get this deal. No problem. You deserve respect. You are a respectful person. Doesn't mean you're going to get this deal. Now, I kind of want to close with this one. So, in COVID, 2021, our premier opened a call center. It was the COVID hotline. This was a hotline that was going to take every single call, COVID-related. Anything COVID-related, Moderna, AstraZeneca, where can I get my vaccine, everything you want. 600 employees were being hired for this call center, and it was a contract we wanted. It was a big contract for us. like to maintain this billion-dollar status, you got to get big contracts. So a consultant comes into our office and he says, look, we'll put this proposal together and I can help you get the contract. I'm like, no problem. We work together on the proposal and of course, we land the contract. So every single call, when anyone called the COVID hotline or everyone emailed the COVID database, that was us. That was our employees taking those calls, fielding those calls. About 600 people. So one day I'm walking through the hallway with the consultant who got me this job. And he goes, hey, Sam, do you remember me? And I'm like, no, who are you? And he's like, I went to school with you when we were young. He goes, me, Derek. I'm like, Derek? He goes, yeah, you punched me in the elevator once. I'm like, Derek, that was you? I go, you know what, I'm happy you're here. I want to apologize for that. He goes, yeah, man, you punched me in the elevator, man. It was so weird. I'm like, yeah, it was a bad time in my life. I'm like, well, how come you didn't tell me? How come you didn't tell me it was you? He goes, well, I want to make sure we get the contract first before I remind you that you punched me in the elevator because I had to eat some shit to get this contract. And again, the reason why I'm telling you is that sometimes in life, and definitely in business, it's not about anything else than waiting your turn. Sometimes it's just not your turn right away. And you can't be dejected. You can't turn around and say, blame everyone else in the world. Sometimes the time is just not right. Sometimes you got to wait. Sometimes it's a competition of who can eat the most shit. And I know my 8-year-old niece is here, and I know I'm swearing in front of her. But I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just stay and just wait. And your time will come. Sometimes the moment you've been waiting for is around the corner and you got to take just a little more crap. Sometimes when you think that my situation isn't going to happen because A, B, and C are ahead of me, A, B, and C might quit. A, B, and C might fizzle off. And your moment will come. And if you take any advice that I'm giving you today, sometimes it's just a matter of waiting your turn. It's got nothing else to do with anything else. Just wait your turn. And when your boss tells you, do this, do this, do this, he's not being a tyrant. He just wants to see how much shit you can take. Anyways, thank you very much. I'm Sam Brahim. Right. Do I go? Oh. Thank you.
Now this is what you call a TEDx talk. Another round of applause for him, please. All right, Scarborough. Our final speaker is someone who quite literally has had their head in the clouds, or rather above them.
She calls herself a professional Martian. And no, that does not mean she is here to tell us about some alien invasion. Or is she, Aryaman?
Well, she's worked on multiple NASA mission operations, which means she's had more successful landing on Mars than we have had on this very campus.
So get ready for a journey through space, science, and some serious existential questioning. Let's hear more from the speaker herself.
I'm Dr. Tanya Harrison, and I call myself a professional Martian because I've spent over 15 years working on rocks and robots on the Red Planet for a living. I worked in science and mission operations for various NASA Mars missions, including the Opportunity, Curiosity, and Perseverance rovers, and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. I'm here today to talk about the theme of Imagine in terms of our past and present and imagined futures on Mars. For centuries, humans have dreamt about what life on Mars might look like, alien life. And in more recent centuries, we've dreamt about what it might look like if humans lived on Mars. So let's look at that history and how it's influenced both science and popular culture. Because space inspires us in a way that nothing else really does. The night sky is a unique shared experience that we all have. The one thing that connects us anywhere on Earth. Regardless of how many stars you can see in the sky, whether or not you can see the Milky Way if you're in the country or a city, you can look up and experience the wonder of the vastness of space. You can look up and wonder what's out there and wonder if we're alone. This talk ties to the imagination of humans and our dreams of life on Earth and beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tanya Harrison.
So if I ask you to think about Mars, how many of you think of something like this? I can kind of see the hands through the lights. So this might be the driver behind NASA's entire Mars exploration program. But I'm here today to convince you that studying Mars is really important beyond the search for aliens. Mars has been something that humans have woven mythologies about for millennia, thanks to its distinctly red hue in the night sky. The Greeks and the Romans named it after their god of war. Here in Canada, the Cree referred to it as the moose spirit for how it appears to kind of backtrack on itself in the night sky when Mars and Earth kind of overtake each other in their orbits. The indigenous Tiwi people of Australia referred to Mars as one of the wives of the moon. European astronomers have been staring at Mars through telescopes since the 1600s and sketching what they could see on the surface. And for almost as long as we've been looking at Mars through telescopes, we've been thinking about the idea of alien life there. We've had a lot of different ideas, thanks to science fiction, about what life on Mars might look like, from folks like H.G. Wells and Edgar Rice Burroughs. But a lot of these more modern ideas of what Martians might look like, spurred by, of all things, a map. This map was drawn by an Italian astronomer named Giovanni Schiaparelli in the late 1800s, where he spent a decade staring at Mars through his tiny telescope and sketching the things that he thought he saw on the surface. This was the most detailed map of Mars anybody had ever made at this point. Eventually, it made its way out into the world, and an American astronomer who was also more of a businessman but kind of fancied himself an astronomer named Percival Lowell misinterpreted the labeling in Italian on Schiaparelli's maps, where he had written canali, which means channels, features carved by water, to be canals, as in artificially constructed, not at all naturally formed canals. And so from this, Lowell created this fanciful idea that Mars was inhabited by intelligent aliens. And this race of aliens was on this dying desert planet where they needed to construct this vast system of canals to transport water from the polar caps down toward the more desert regions of the equator. So to him, on his maps, the darker areas were vegetation and the lighter areas were deserts. Now, this view wasn't accepted very broadly by the scientific community at the time, but it gained a lot of cachet in popular culture. So humans really wanted to see some aliens on Mars, and we sent a series of missions there to look for them. The first of these missions was Mariner 4 in 1964, and it was a flyby, so it flew past Mars, taking pictures as it went. And what we got to see from that was craters. Lots and lots of craters. We didn't see any canals. We didn't see any evidence of alien civilizations. We didn't see much of anything at all. Luckily, NASA was not deterred by this, and they sent 2 more missions, Mariner 6 and 7, to fly past Mars, and we still saw nothing but craters. So in the span of 3 missions in a single decade, our centuries' worth of dreams of Mars and life there were completely shattered. That is, until Mariner 9. Just by happenstance of the trajectories by which Mariners 4, 6, and 7 flew past Mars, they managed to miss everything interesting on the surface of the planet. But Mariner 9 went into orbit around Mars in 1969, and so we got to map the entire surface of the planet close up for the first time. And we discovered networks of channels all over the surface that we could tell by their shape were carved by water. We saw towering volcanoes larger than anything we have on the Earth, dust storms that blocked the entire surface of the planet from view, just covering the whole planet, a canyon system that stretches so far that it stretches the width of North America, and evidence for unfathomably large floods in the ancient past. So this gave us a little bit more hope. A few years later, in 1976, we landed on Mars with Viking 1 and 2. And this was a pair of missions designed with experiments to look for evidence of metabolism in the dirt, signs of life. And one of the experiments on these landers found that evidence for metabolism, but none of the other experiments found anything. So this led scientists to think, well, that first experiment must have been a false positive, and so our hopes were dashed again. It would be 20 more years before NASA sent a mission back to the Red Planet. Luckily, the debate over life on Mars continued in that gap thanks to a discovery right here on Earth. This rock might not look like much, but it was discovered by geologists driving snowmobiles through the Allan Hills region of Antarctica. And because of that, they call it ALH 84001, the Allan Hills meteorite. This meteorite is about 4 billion years old, which is about the age of Earth and Mars, and it landed on Earth approximately 13,000 years ago from Mars. We know this rock came from Mars because there are trapped bubbles of air inside of it, and the composition of that air matches the composition of the Martian atmosphere, which is very different from the Earth's atmosphere. And we know that composition thanks to the Viking landers. So even though Viking didn't find the life that we had hoped it would be there, it gave us a lot of other really valuable information about Mars. If we fast forward to 1996, a team of scientists out of NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston released a study saying that they thought they had found microbial fossils in the Allan Hills meteorite. This was a massive deal because we had never found anything like this before as humans. It was such a big deal that it kicked off the entire field of astrobiology, the study of the origins of life on Earth and possibly beyond. It was such a big deal, maybe some folks in the audience are old enough to remember that Bill Clinton gave a speech while he was president announcing that we had found life on Mars, saying, if this discovery is confirmed, it will surely be one of the most stunning insights into our universe that science has ever uncovered. Its implications are as far-reaching and awe-inspiring as can be imagined. Even as it promises to answer some of our oldest questions, it poses others even more fundamental. But even as the hype was pretty well-founded, other scientists weren't quite so sure. And that's the job of science, to question, to doubt, to verify, to disprove until you can prove something as an unshakable fact and not just a fluke of a single observation or experiment. There are a lot of reasons why the results from the meteorite study was debated, but the most telling is probably a quote from one of the authors of the study themselves. And simply, we really do not have a good working definition of what constitutes life. At the most fundamental level, we still do not know whether the difference between animate and inanimate is simply a difference in kind or degree. In the absence of such a definition, the search for life on Mars is plagued by ambiguities. Luckily, humans don't wait for cold, hard facts to be inspired by things. And during all this time, Hollywood kept busy promoting and creating movies like The Martian. Oh, looks like the slide is missing. The Martian came out at the #1 slot in the box office, and the book that it was based on was a New York Times bestseller. It stayed at #1 in the box office for multiple weeks after its release, and it was a media sensation at the time. I have to credit it for helping to launch my career, because back in the heyday of Twitter, scientists would come and ask me, how can I build a following like you have? And my genuine answer to them was, hope that Hollywood makes a blockbuster film about your area of research starring Matt Damon. But at the end of the day, the movie The Martian is not a movie about Martians. It's a movie about humans. It's a movie about survival, about how humans can come together across borders and across literal worlds to help one another. That's what grabbed people, the human element of this story. And if you look at sci-fi movies in recent years that have managed to break into the mainstream and they're set in space, most of those are human stories at their core. 2001: A Space Odyssey, Contact, Interstellar, Gravity. Our dreams of space, our dreams of life beyond Earth, at the core, it's really all about better understanding ourselves. So NASA decided at this point to kind of change their approach to how to look for life on Mars, since what we'd done so far wasn't working. So they decided to take this approach of following the water, because on Earth, anywhere there's water, there's typically some kind of life that has managed to thrive there. And we have found tons of water on Mars in various forms over the past 30 years with the different missions we've sent, satellites and rovers. We've found buried ice excavated by new impact craters. When the rock smashes into the surface, it just blasts ice everywhere. We have found clouds made of water ice crystals, and we've even found really salty flows of water that might be flowing on the surface of Mars today. We've also found organic material with the Curiosity and Perseverance rovers that are driving on Mars right now. And these rovers have also found a lot of the other key ingredients needed for life as we know it to thrive. But we still haven't found any unequivocal evidence of past or present life on Mars. We know that Mars, based on all the missions we've sent so far, was warm and wet in the ancient past, up to about 3 billion years ago, and then it transitioned to what we see today, which we call a cold polar desert. So it's very dry, but it doesn't rain, it doesn't snow there. That period of time when Mars was warm and wet overlaps with the origin of photosynthesis on Earth and the origins of single-cell life. But Mars turned into this cold polar desert before multicellular life ever arose on Earth. So if there was ever life on Mars, back when the conditions were good for it, or at least for life as we know it, it must have been really early on at the beginning of the solar system, and then probably died off when Mars turned into this desert that we see today. If there is life on Mars now that managed to survive until this point, then it must be something vastly different than we're used to seeing on Earth to be able to survive those cold temperatures, harsh radiation, and really dry conditions that we have there. We know from all of this evidence that Mars was habitable. It was wet, it had all the ingredients that we need for life to survive and thrive, at least until 3 billion years ago. We know that Mars was habitable. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it was ever inhabited. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if there was ever life on Mars. That probably sounds like a cop-out coming from a Mars scientist, but the answer to the question of whether or not there's life on Mars is not the important part. The asking of that question has led to countless scientific discoveries, technological advancements, has inspired artistic endeavors, and has led to a greater understanding of life on Earth and our context in the solar system. Even if there was never life on Mars, that still tells us something critically important. If you had 2 planets right next to each other that had all the conditions for life to survive at the same point in time in the history of the solar system, and life arose on one, but not the other, what happened? Why do we have 2 planets right next to each other, and on Earth, life is so endemic that we see it almost everywhere? It's in the clouds, all the way to buried kilometers below the surface where light never reaches it. And we look at Mars and we see nothing. In fact, we look everywhere else in the solar system and beyond, and so far we've seen nothing. So what made Earth the anomaly? To me, that's the more interesting answer to this question, even if it means that we might be alone. Thanks.
What an out of this world talk, quite literally. Dr. Tanya, you took us on a journey beyond our planet and reminded us why curiosity has no limits, whether it's across continents or across galaxies. Let's give her another round of applause for bringing Mars a little closer to Scarborough.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's event. We hope that the insights and ideas that were shared here have inspired you to imagine the possibilities of future. My name is Narayan.
And I'm Ariman.
And it was our pleasure being your MCs for today. And now to officially wrap things up, I'd like to invite our incredible chairs to the stage for the closing address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the two people who made this conference possible, Soumya Khemani and Jasmine Patel.
A little under a year ago today, Madhu and Berry, our previous chairs, passed down the torch to us. I called Jasmine that night, and we talked about our vision for the future. When we first envisioned what this conference could look like, we pictured a space where imagination had no boundaries, a place where ideas could flow freely and where the impossible could become possible. Ever since then, we've been working hard to bring that vision to life. It's been a year filled with challenges and triumphs, moments of doubt and moments of excitement. From the very beginning, we had big shoes to fill, tasked with the incredible responsibility to create something that would leave a lasting impact for everyone in this room. There were nights when we wondered if everything would even come together, when it felt like there was too much to do and not nearly enough time. But through it all, we had each other, our amazing team, and a vision that kept moving us forward. And here we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and visionary minds of this conference, as we conclude this day filled with ideas, imagination, inspiration, we stand before you on behalf of our entire team, brimming with gratitude. This experience has been so much more than just organizing an event. It's been about building a community, nurturing daring ideas, and coming together with people who share a passion for change. Surrounded by all of you, we realize that our imagination has brought us to a collective vision that's bigger than we ever imagined. And we couldn't be prouder of this moment.
We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the people whose dedication, passion, and support have made this event possible. To our esteemed advisory board and faculty advisor, Professor Dhawan, your guidance and encouragement have been the foundation of this conference. In moments of doubt, your wisdom lifted us higher, and in moments of ambition, you grounded us. Your belief in us has been the catalyst that has fueled this journey. To our inspiring speakers, your words, stories, and visions have been the heart and soul of this conference. Your courage to share your personal journeys and insights will continue to inspire us far beyond the walls of this room. To our devoted volunteers and media team, your energy and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in bringing this event to life with such grace. From the earliest hours of the day to the last task of the evening, your efforts have made this experience truly unforgettable. To our incredible audience, the participation and contagious energy you've brought to this space has made it more than just a conference. You've made it a shared experience, a community, and a moment of growth for all of us. And of course, to our executive team, who we'd now like to call on stage, your leadership and tireless work over this past year is the essence of this entire event.
To our production team, Gabriel, Yatri, Abdul, and Amy, thank you for ensuring that every moment, from the first performance to the final curtain, came together seamlessly. To our logistics team, Sanmeet, Flavia, Dylan, Aryaman, and Shrishti, thank you for managing every last detail, from coordinating with vendors to last-minute adjustments with precision and care. To our speaker relations team, Salva, Narayan, Anahad, Claribel, Mia, Arjun, Alejandro, and Daniel, thank you for creating such a welcoming and supporting environment for our speakers. You have shaped the unforgettable conversations we've had today. To our sponsorships and finance team, Imad, Aniket, Thui, and Eden, thank you for securing the resources and support that allowed us to bring this event to life in the way we always imagined. To our creative team, Hayan, Joanna, and Shafira, thank you for transforming our scattered thoughts into a cohesive, unique, and visually captivating experience. And finally, to our social team, Fatima and Jenny, thank you for capturing and sharing our excitement and vision, allowing others to join in on the magic we've created here. Let's have a huge round of applause for our wonderful team.
Today, we stand here not just as the team behind this event, but as a part of a larger movement of individuals who believe in the power of ideas to change the world. We hope that you leave this room motivated to take the ideas you've encountered here and turn them into action. Let this be a reminder that when we dare to imagine, we have the power to change the world around us. Thank you all for being a part of this journey with us. Until we meet again, keep imagining. This has been TEDxUofTScarborough 2025, signing out.